Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm a little late. Thank you very much. Welcome to the August 6th, 2024 School District of Manatee County Board Meeting. I want to start off by first saying, and I'm sure the board will say this maybe eventually too, but all my thoughts and prayers go out to everybody from the residents to our faculty, to our staff, our students. Hopefully everybody was safe from the last couple of days of the storm, and thanks for the teachers and all of our staff from Dr. Weissong down adjusting yesterday. It was the first day for teachers coming back, and it was kind of, hey, you're going to come in later, then you're going to come in a little bit later, and then it's like, nope, you're going to go virtual altogether. So I really appreciate the flexibility from our staff, and also a big thank you to Paul D'Amico, our head of safety and security here at the district. They put in those hours at the Emergency Operations Center for the county, giving the updates to everybody, away from family and things like that. So I really want to thank our staff and the principals at the high schools that we use. Hopefully, this may be the first of the only, but I doubt it. And so I'm sure we'll do this again. But thank you to all the staff and everybody involved with the storm preparations from the dual school district standpoint. So with that, I want to start off with our reading of our district's vision. The school district of Manatee County will be an exemplary, student-focused school system that develops lifelong learners to be globally competitive. I have the pleasure, we have Reverend Blackwood on, Laura, right? So I have the pleasure of introducing lifelong friend of mine, so don't ask him any stories about me. Reverend Rob Blackwood. He is the chaplain at St. Anthony's Hospital in St. Petersburg. Was going to come down and be in person. We just chose last night, hey, don't worry about it. Get on Teams. At that point, Skyway wasn't open. So, but I believe he is on, Reverend Blackwood, on Teams.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, thank you. All right, if everybody will stand for the invocation, followed by the pledge.
Thank you, Chairman Choate. Not something that you get to say every day, but what a fun thing to say. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to be here as a product of the Manatee County School Board system. Manatee High class of '04, which people are claiming was 20 years ago, but I refuse to believe that. And as someone who has several loved ones and family members who are teachers, it's an honor to be here. So would you please join me in prayer this morning? Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to be here today. As we just mentioned, we want to first and foremost pray for all those who were impacted by Debbie. We pray for them in their recovery and their restoration efforts, something that some of them have become all too familiar with. And we just pray that all that would go well, and that we just pray for the general safety of our region, our state during this hurricane season that we are right in the middle of the thick of. Lord, we just pray you would keep us all protected during this time. But Lord, we are here this morning to pray for, as the Floridian poet Maurice Young says, we are here because we love the kids, Lord, and we want to pray for our students, from those stepping onto a campus for the first time to those who are starting their senior years. Lord, we pray first and foremost for their safety and the safety of everyone who is involved. Lord, we pray that you would just watch over, keep them safe and protected this entire year. We pray that this would be a year of learning, of fun and growth for all of them. We pray that you would work through them and allow them to know how loved each and every single one of them are. And while we pray for them, we also pray for all involved in their education, teachers, coaches, administration, support staff, family, friends, loved ones, and everyone in between. We pray that you would give them the skills, knowledge, and love that they need to help be there for all these students during this year, Lord. And finally, we pray for this school board. I pray that you would grant them the wisdom that they need to help make the best decisions that will impact all of those previously listed, both now in this school year and for all school years to come, Lord. We pray for everyone that we've mentioned, that you would give them the energy and the strength that they need as they wade through the inevitable ups and downs that come with each and every school year. We again thank you for this new school year and pray that it'll be a safe one and a great one. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Maybe see. All right. Move right along to our approval of the agenda. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under the agenda amendments on the August 6, 2024 agenda. It was updated August 2nd, 2024, posted to the district website, manateeschools.net. Just some items, it's the presentations that were put onto the board agenda. So let's go ahead and, I haven't logged in, so let's go ahead and verbally need a motion.
I move that we approve the minutes as amended.
Agenda.
Yes, agenda, thank you.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. It carries 5-0. Ms. Cox? We are going to skip to the approval of the minutes until the superintendent returns. So we're going to go to item number 7, student celebrations and recognitions. Mr. Barber, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair and board members. You know, sometimes we like to have sort of like a theme going through our recognitions, and I think we have one today, and I just call it sort of service born out of experience. And we have 2 gentlemen here today that are great examples of that. So I'd like to introduce our first one. Ernie Withers is a retired auto executive. He was general manager at Mercedes-Benz of Sarasota for a good time. He's also been extremely active in the community, former board chair of the Manatee Chamber of Commerce, and involved in many other philanthropic endeavors. And right now, I think he's best known as being the founder and chair of the Defibrillate, and sorry for that pronunciation, but Defibrillate Manatee Foundation. And he has an incredible personal story related to how he came to this role. But I'd like to turn it over now to Mr. Ernie Withers. Ernie?
Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you for inviting us today. We're here today to present to the Manatee County School District 20 defibrillators, 20 CPR mannequins, and 20 simulators for the training of the school district. I received a phone call during this past year from Manatee High School requesting 2 defibrillators for GT Bray Park. They didn't have a defibrillator out there. And once I received the phone call from that, I reached out to the school district and asked what was the need for defibrillators in Manatee County School District. And they came back requesting 20 defibrillators, so we were able to do that. Along with me today, I'd like to introduce my wife, Cindy. And I have with me today Isaiah Smith, Katie Otterman, and Ruth Landis. And they're instrumental to helping me with my foundation. My story was February 21st, 2023. I was past chairman of the Manatee Chamber of Commerce, as we know, and every year at spring training, the Pittsburgh Pirates allow the executive board members to shag fly balls out of Pittsburgh Pirates training field when the team comes in. At that event, I suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. The Pittsburgh Pirates trainers were able to perform CPR and apply an AED, brought me back to life. I got in the ambulance, I coded again, and they brought me back to life again using an AED. And after realizing the importance of being where I was at that time, I established Defibrillate Manatee Foundation, which works through the Manatee Community Foundation. So with this donation today, we'll have donated to the school district 30 simulators, 30 CPR mannequins, and 20 actual defibrillators to be dispersed in the school system. With me today is Ruth Landis, who's my partner in crime. She helped me get certified. My wife and I got certified to learn how to use an AED and to perform CPR. I also got certified to teach CPR through her organization, and she's will help in assisting any of the schools in setting up the AEDs, and if anybody needs any CPR training or whatever, we'll be glad to come in to the schools and speak and help with the training of that. I also have with me Katie Alderman and Isaiah Smith from Neal Communities. I have they're major sponsors to make sure that we did this. This donation is valued at $30,000. So Neal Communities was a major sponsor. Pittsburgh Pirate Charities, Cox Chevrolet, Ghetto Toyota, DeSoto Historic Society, and Auto Nation were all major sponsors in making this be available to you. So with this is the CPR mannequin. Some of the schools were using pillows to teach CPR. This is actually the most up-to-date CPR mannequin available to teach it. When we teach CPR and certified people, this is the mannequin that we use. This is a AED simulator that tells you exactly what to do, and this is what it sounds like.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest.
And this will be available for the training.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest. Plug in pads connector next to flashing light.
And then you would plug this in, and then you'd put the pads on.
Apply pads, plug in connector.
And then when I plug that in, then
Apply pads, plug in connector.
says I'm not plugging that in, and then we'd hit that, and then it would shock the patient. So that's the simulator. These are the actual AEDs. They're portable, so they're basically for the athletic department. So a lot of the regulations is like if you have a bowling team or you have softball team, baseball team, you should have an AED at your practices or at your events. So those are available there. Also, there is legislation passed, legislation 157, and what that is the 6th and 8th graders should be trained in first aid and CPR. So these are available for the school district, and I just like to thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to present that to you all, and that's it. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the board wants to say anything or has any questions, but I want to thank you for what you're doing, and passing it forward almost, right? And preparing us and our school system that if we do have that emergency that we can operate properly. So I really appreciate you and your foundation doing this.
I appreciate. So far this past year, it's been a little less than a year. We've donated over 60 AEDs, 40 AED simulators, and 40 CPR mannequins to nonprofits in Manatee County. And we have a backlog of orders that we're still trying to do. So again, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity, and I hope you guys put it to good use. And anything that I could do to help and just to speak or to promote within the school system, I'm certainly available. We have business cards on the back of all the equipment from Landis Emergency Training Systems if anyone needs to know how to set it up and whatever. We have all of the equipment out in the lobby. And so you will disperse as needed. Kevin and Kevin Chapman and Mike Barber are aware of where they need to go. So with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
We got it.
Too blue. Now I feel left out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie.
Thank you. Even Ernie's got blue. My dress is kind of blue. Thank you.
That's great. Have you ever used one of those AEDs? No. I did training.
Yeah, I've done CPR and things like that.
I did the training.
Thank you very
I
much.
was gonna see if you could- Thank you, Ernie, so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Well done, thank you.
Oh, a really great thing for the school system.
Yes.
Thank you, Ernie.
I need to get with you on another project I'm working on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's all right.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. No problem.
Thank you, Ernie. We'll be seeing you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, we're really glad to have this next person to recognize here with us today. As I said, you know, the theme is sort of service born out of experience, and you saw that was Mr. Withers, and definitely it applies to Joseph A. Blitzko. He stepped up, and he was a career CPA, worked for firms that took him to different parts of the country. But when he was here, and the district was really probably at one of its most crucial times in 2013, he became the original chair of the district's audit committee, which was formed specifically to deal with what was going on at that time. And he's been on that committee since its inception. So he served 11 years there, 5 years as chair. And I've seen him come into board meetings for years and years, and the amount of time that he's spent helping our school district get from in a hole financially to where we sit today, and thanks to y'all's stewardship, we're in a very sort of enviable position, and we're very thankful to our community for that. But without the work of people like him, it just wouldn't be possible. I do want to introduce Mary Ann Cook, who is here with Mr. Blitzko. And Ms. Foreman, did you want to say?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is bittersweet for me to see Mr. Blitzko leave the committee. He has been, he was a member of it from the beginning till now. And I still remember our first meeting when we had to select a chair and nobody wanted it. And he goes, I'll do it. And wow, it's been great. His expertise is amazing. He was with one of the international accounting firms and as an audit partner. And so we were very blessed to have him. And not only is he running meetings, but he's working behind the scenes with the auditors, with the administration. I know he took several superintendents to task at times, but he was just, we could not have asked for a better chair, and the amount of money it would cost to pay Mr. Blitzko and the other CPAs on that committee, we couldn't afford it. So it's just been a real blessing. And as Mr. Barber said, we have come from when everything was practically done on spreadsheets to where we are today. And the procedures and the processes and internal controls are top-notch. And he led it, I'm just going to say that. So anyway, going to miss you. So, but we thank you very, very much for everything you did.
Thank you. Back in 2013, before I came to the meeting, I went back and looked and see what happened back in 2013. And the first sheet I picked up was an operational audit. And at that time, there were 32 comments, findings in the operation audit. And also in the regular audit, there were two instances of significant deficiencies and two instances of material weaknesses. And at that time, the board, who under the leadership of Julia Ronabar and the superintendent at that time was Rick Mills, decided that was enough. And they started the audit committee. And the audit committee at that time, I think, had 7 members. And one of those members was Mary Foreman. And we started out, and we started out kind of rough. We didn't know exactly what we wanted to do, but we sort of figured it out as we went along. And at that time, the district had a deficit of $8 million in the general fund. $8 million. So let's go to where we are today. Today we have a fund balance of $100 million in the general fund. The most recent audits by the state auditor general had just a few comments on findings, and the audit report had no deficiencies and no material weaknesses. Now, the audit committee certainly had a part in getting there. And also, we had, back in 2013, we hired a firm called Shin & Company. He's now CRI, to do our internal audit. So the internal auditor had something to do with it. But the reason that we're at where we're at is the hard work of all the people, all the staff, all the accounting staff of the district, and also the guidance by the superintendents and also the board. So that's where we're at. That's why we're at today, not because of the audit committee, but because of the internal people that built up this accounting firm, this accounting, and to be where we're at now. So that's all I have to say. And it was a pleasure serving on the committee.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ms. Foreman said it great, but I want to thank you for your service and appreciate you. At that time in 2013, I was a teacher, so thanks for getting us out of the hole and corrected so I could get paid. And thank you very much for your service. You will definitely be missed.
Okay.
And I know the superintendent would like to present you something.
As is the tradition with all of our former committee chairs, Mr. Blitzko, we'd like to present you with the Superintendent's Coin of Excellence from the School District of Manatee County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to get a picture?
Yeah, please. Yeah, we can come down and stand with them. That's fine with us.
One of us. Hold on. Yeah, just grab, yeah, there you go. There we go.
When he announced the numbers, it's worth coming down and stand next to him. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blitzko.
All right.
Okay, we'll be seeing each
Got it.
other. You got that? Off you go.
All right, thank you again to Mr. Blitzko and his service. It's the community coming out that helps us run this entire district. So we appreciate anybody who wants to come out. And here's just a plug. We need some more members of the audit committee. So if you're interested, please email Ms. Foreman.
Please?
All right, we're gonna move to public comment. I don't see any public comment verifying that. None. Okay. Apparently there are no minutes to approve. So we don't need to go back to our approval of minutes. Moving on to item number 9, the reports and presentations. So first one is Translate Live and the ESOL updates. So Dr. Breslin, y'all are up.
Good morning. Thank you
Morning.
for having us this morning. I'm here to introduce our Director of ESOL. I have the honor and privilege of working along Deb Estes, who's doing amazing things, and she's going to share some of those with you today. Good morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and the rest of the school board. I appreciate your time this morning, and we're going to get going so we don't take up too much of your time. And if you have any questions at any time, please just let me know. So I'm going to start with our ESOL update first, and then we'll end with our Translate Live demo so you can play with the devices. I'm going to start with our Manatee by the numbers. As of May 2024, we had 7,502 English language learners enrolled in our district. That turned out to be 12.3% of the total district enrollment, so our numbers are growing. Currently, of those 7,502 ELLs in our district, 3,382 of those students have been enrolled in our district for less than 2 years. And I think that's significant to talk about because those are students that are brand new to our district at many grade levels. And then 4,984 students have been exited from the ESOL program in accordance with Rule 6A 6.0903. And I think that is significant to talk about because that means that 12,486 of our total district enrollment are either current Ls or former Ls. And that means, honestly, the number up there is a little different, that 23.4% of all students in Manatee County were and are an English learner. And I think that's significant because I work with a lot of bilingual staff in our district, and a lot of times they'll substitute their native language in when they're speaking English because they'll tell me, and I'm going to use a made-up word, they don't lose their L-ness just because they've been exited from the program. And so being an English language learner is a lifetime, I'm going to say opportunity, because our children that are coming to us speaking a different language are gifted in their bilingualness because one day they're going to be so hireable because they'll be so ready for the global world, the workforce. So that is significant for us to talk about. And these numbers are all based on the end of the 23-24 school year, and I used our denominator here of 53,177 students that we ended the year with. I know these numbers are a little bit different than Survey 3, but we continued to have students enrolling in March, April, and even May towards the end of the school year.
And you'll see on the presentations that are printed in front of you the numbers that Deb Estes is referring to. This slide was updated based off the information coming from our student information system, and so that's why you see a difference on that screen.
And I have to give some props to Darlene Black. She was very helpful, and I had her verify the numbers for me just to make sure that we weren't mistaken in any of our numbers. Okay, so with that, we have a lot of different ESOL department priorities, and I'm very fortunate and lucky to have an amazing team, and I'd like to tell people they're the best team. But our primary focus is to support student achievement through language acquisition by assisting schools with ELL supports. So this year, students in grades K through 5 will receive support through Lexia English. The rest of the district, the rest of our students use Lexia Core 5. So our ELL students this year will just be using Lexia English in place of using Lexia Core 5. Students in grades 6 through 12 will receive support through Summit K-12, and that's going to be for our students and our middle and high school students that take the ESOL elective course, English Language Development. And then all schools will have access to use of Elevation. All schools will have access to sheltered instructional observation protocols. A lot of times that's referred to as PSYOP, Professional Learning for Teachers. We have done this endeavor for many years in our district, and it's just really great teaching practices. The ESOL team, my 4 specialists, also provide the ESOL compliance courses that are required for all teachers by the Florida Department of Education. We offer 7 online courses for teachers at no charge to ensure that teachers can meet this requirement. And there are many districts across the state that do not provide these courses for their teachers at no charge, and they are required to take them through pay providers or through the university system in Florida. So we're very proud of the fact that we can offer these courses to our teachers 3 times a year at no charge. And then the ESOL specialists that support our program spend 4 days a week in schools supporting teachers, ESOL paraprofessionals, and students. That may look different. Sometimes it's providing PD for our staffs. It might even be working with small groups of children. It depends on the schools they support, and it depends on the needs they have. Some more of our priorities involve the compliance with state and federal rules, because we get weighted funding for our students, and that is the FTE. And so we hot linked there the consent decree and the state board rules, which govern everything we do in the ESOL department. We also assist with assessments. As of today, we have over 1,300 newly enrolled students in our district that we must test by the 20th day of school for ESOL eligibility. This number is expected to increase to roughly 2,000 students based on historical trends, because we still will have a lot of students enrolling in our district the first week of school. And then also all English language learners must take the access test that's administered between January and March, and then all required Florida Department of Education assessments. So the FASTER testing, end of course exams, whatever it is, our ELL students also are required to take those assessments. And the access test is an assessment that is given to all students in the state of Florida, all English language learners, and the state of Florida is growing to over 200,000 L's across the entire state. So we also offer graduation support beginning with the 22-23 school year. Students have been enrolled in our district less than 2 years, can go through a graduation process to meet the English language arts requirement through the alternate pathway for assessment. And so for alternate pathway for graduation. So this includes a portfolio for students that can show that they have met the required standards that every graduate has to meet. Our students just get to do it through a portfolio option at the school site, and then with supports, they get their required accommodations. And so last year we had over 30 students who probably would not have met graduation requirements meet them by meeting this alternate pathway to graduation. So this has been a huge support to districts across the state from the Florida Department of Education, and so we're very lucky to offer that opportunity. And then we also support community and family engagement events. In the school year of 2023-2024, schools held over 88 ESOL parent events. Sometimes this is how to help your children at home with their education, how to prepare your students for testing, whether it's eating breakfast, getting a good night's sleep. We provide the ESOL department, we provide schools with the shells of PowerPoints that they can use, or they can choose to do their own topics, but that way they can send a similar message to their parents of their L's at their school sites. Other things we do within the realm of community engagement is that I meet monthly with the Patterson Foundation and other ELL leaders. And then I also have the pleasure of serving on the board of the Manatee Community Foundation. And I feel like that's significant because last year I was on the scholarship committee, and next year I'll be the chair of the scholarship committee. They gave away almost $280,000 in scholarships, which was to 90 different community members. Only 15 of those were from students from Sarasota. The rest went to students in Manatee County. So that is having a huge impact on our families and our students in our district. So in our schools, we follow there are educational models that the state requires of us. So ESOL students in K through 5 are in mainstream classes and receive support through whether they have ESOL resource teachers at their school site or ESOL paraprofessionals. ELL students in grades 6 through 12 may take an ESOL elective, which is the English Language Development elective, and or English through ESOL in 9 through 12, or English through Language Arts in grades 6 through 8. These are the only sheltered classes our ELs take and are offered at most of our secondary schools. We have a couple of secondary schools, middle schools, that don't have a large enough ESOL population, so those students are just mainstreamed all day. And per the DOE's 2023-2024 FAST assessment results, in the ELA L25 learning gains, 52% of ELL students made gains, and then 53% of ELL students made math L25 learning gains. That shows us that our models that we're using are working because our ELLs are making gains at the same rate as the rest of the district. So that is a nice affirmation for our teachers and the hard work they're doing to lift our ELL students and support their English language development. Over the summer, we held Camp Creator in June of 2024. Camp Creator was a summer camp or a summer learning environment for our middle school ELL students. It was funded through federal grant funds that were earmarked for additional learning opportunities for our ELs. So we held it at 3 sites this past year. We did it at Lincoln Middle School, Lee Middle School, and Mona Jane Middle School. We focused on the DOE science standards and academic vocabulary through an interactive camp that included coding, robotics, and engineering. We had about 125 students attend our 3 camps. We invite all ELs, but some other students in middle school need credit recovery, so we opened our doors to any ELL student in the district. We provided free meals, breakfast and lunch, and we also provided free transportation to those students. And the feedback we received from the teachers involved in the program and from the students themselves is they loved it, because so many times our ELL students don't get to do enrichment activities, and this opened up that opportunity for our English language learners to have some fun while learning at the same time. One of the teachers from our program has taught with us for several years. She discovered one of her ELL students should be in advanced classes by working at this camp, which was something that we might not have typically noticed of some of our English language learners, because as they're acquiring English, it's hard for us to know how successful they'll be. So we're very fortunate that some of our teachers recognize the talents of our English language learners from our programs. Another big initiative we did this summer was that we held professional learning on best practices for teaching ELs. We did 2 separate weeks of trainings. We trained about 65 teachers between the 2 weeks. We offered them 3 days of training, and we basically followed the SIOP model, the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which are just best practices for teaching English language learners. And they're best practices for teaching any student. So these teachers were thrilled to be there. Some of the comments we received from teachers is, how do we make this mandatory? Can you come to my school and do this training? So at the beginning of the year, my team tries to get into a faculty meeting at every single school and give them an update on elevation, how to pull scores of their students, how to provide best practices and best lessons to reach our English language learners in our district. So those were our biggest activities, but the one I think I'm most excited to start this school year with are our Translate Live devices. Before I get started on the demonstration and giving you this information, I first of all want to thank all of you on the board. This was on the consent agenda in May, and it was approved, and so we have these devices now. So I want to thank you, because this wouldn't even be possible without your support as a school board. We're very excited that we have delivered all these devices to every single school in our district. We also have included one for the PSC, one for the SSC. the Office of Student Assignment, the Wakeland Support Center, our Maintenance Department, and our Evaluation Center also have them, as well as transportation. This is an opportunity for us to increase our family and student engagement at our school sites and provide the opportunity also has an impact on safety and security, because if a school needs to speak to a parent in another language, they are able to share, like if their child got hurt on the playground, or their child is having an allergic reaction, or maybe they even have a stomach bug that day. This enables the clinic staff to also communicate with parents in such a way that student safety and security is also addressed. We purchase these using Title IV funds, which is one of our district grant, federal grant, entitlement grants. So I also want to thank Mr. Mario Mendoza, who is our migrant coordinator and writes our Title IV grant, because he's the one that got permission from the DOE to purchase these materials. These devices are needed in our district because we have 99 different languages spoken by students and families in our district. Even though the majority of those families speak Spanish, we're able to support most of our Spanish speakers in our district. But we have lots of other languages, as we see students coming to us from the Ukraine or Russia. We have Haitian Creole students, lots of kids coming from Venezuela. So these Translate Live tablets support 124 different languages. The majority of the languages on the Translate Live tablet are also available. The Translate Live tablets do text to speech. There's only a few languages that don't offer text to speech, but those are not languages that are represented in our district at this time. These tablets can be used to support registration, parent-guardian conferences, clinic staff, SAC meetings, PTA meetings, and so much more. Most of the principals say this is going to be a game changer for them. They can't wait to use it at a SAC meeting. I'm so excited to use this device. This is going to increase our parent and family engagement. These tablets were delivered to schools on the Thursday of the Leadership Committee. On Monday morning, an AP at one of our schools sent me this picture. She was helping a family register over the summer when their paras aren't on staff to assist with that. So she had the device out and sent us this picture to let us know how valuable they thought this tool would be. So with that, I can show you a very quick demonstration and give you a little information on them. There are 3 tablets up there for you. You might have to share with a partner. There's only 3 because the rest of the devices, we ordered 60, are already in our school buildings, especially during a week when we have a lot of registrations going on. The tablets have been powered on. You might have to tap the screen, or on the sides, if you just press the buttons, it should bring up the ILA, and then perfect. On one side is the host. That would be the side that the school uses.
Sure.
And then on the other side is the guest. So if you hit the guest actually starts the meeting by picking the language. So you can go through and pick any language you want, and then you can speak to each other, and it will translate exactly what you're saying into the language that is chosen, and then the person can respond in their language, and it'll translate it into English for the district side, for the host side. There's also other capabilities with this program. We have the broadcast mode, which means at a parent meeting, your parents can scan a QR code. They do not have to download an app. They can scan a QR code. It takes them to the website. They can pick whatever language they want. So as a principal or a school staff is holding a meeting, you could have 50 parents. They could choose 50 different languages, and then they could all hear it on their phones translated to them. So this is really a game changer for our parent and family engagement piece. There's also the live room, and that's if a parent comes that speaks American Sign Language, they can get an interpreter online to help assist with our families who might be deaf or hard of hearing. So this is really the opportunities for our families and our schools is really quite huge.
How's it going?
It's perfect.
We're already playing with it.
Absolutely, that's why we brought them. I would have brought one for everybody, but like I said, we already have the tablets in the schools being used. I have 2 in my department, and if a school is doing conference night, they could actually use their device, check out the 2 devices from me, and have 3 rooms set up where parents can come and learn how their students are progressing academically at the school, and that way the school also has the opportunity to work with families. Schools can broadcast these. We did a training Friday morning with the principals and anybody at the school that wanted. I think our poor trainer had 180 people in that training. We were his largest training he's ever done, but he created a QR code, had principals join. He was training from Oklahoma, and we could all join his room, and he could translate everything at the same time. And then somebody in Japanese, somebody in Spanish, somebody in Haitian Creole. It really is quite remarkable. And I've had our Spanish-speaking staff, our Haitian Creole staff, checking to make sure that it is pretty close. It will listen to the loudest voice in the room, so sometimes you might need a quiet space to work with a family, because if there are announcements going on, it'll pick up those voices and translate them as well. But this opens opportunities for us that we never had with our families, so that they can learn how to communicate with the schools and understand that they are, of course, their child's first teacher and their advocate, and this is just an incredible opportunity. So again, I thank you. I thank our IT department, because they worked all summer getting these so that they automatically connect to the district Wi-Fi. This was truly a village of people to get these to the district, and I just can't wait to hear how our parents react to them being able to communicate with their child's schools.
These are fantastic. When I heard we're getting them, I think I go back to my teaching days when you did go into parent-teacher conference, and the student was translating for the parent. I don't know what that translation was legit or not.
Exactly.
Of course, right? Chad is not great in class and turned into Chad's great in class, right? So I think that this absolutely creates the engagement, and I think as a parent, I know that when I don't know certain things in my child's education, it's like a hit to the ego a little bit, right? Like, I can't help you with calculus. Sorry about your luck. And so as a parent, they can't communicate even with the teacher or the staff. I couldn't imagine what that feels like. And now opening that up, I think is going to be tremendous. So I just appreciate your staff, everybody looking into this and bringing this up to be able to, get the grant, get the approval from the DOE. And I really do believe, I don't know who said it's going to be a game changer, but I really do believe it's going to be a game changer.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate it.
Your kind words. This is really exciting for us. It really is a game changer for parents and for students that don't have to be the person to translate for their parents.
Sure.
I don't know if you want to say.
Anybody else?
You are hungry?
Comments?
Oh.
I did try to use some gifts and things, but they didn't have. We don't allow that, which is good. Which is good.
It is pretty remarkable because there are even pre-programmed questions in there. So you could ask, is your child on any medications? Will your child be a walker or a car rider?
I see some of those questions, enrollment questions.
And we can tailor it any way we want. So this is really quite remarkable. The principals are very excited about it. It really is pretty cool.
Was it French? Oh, yeah. And obviously very easy. It's obviously very easy to use. I mean, we're doing it now. We didn't even
exactly. It is a very user friendly.
Yeah. And I do love that it matches very similar to what you're seeing on cell phones, obviously, which is what we're all accustomed to and used to, instead of some foreign device type thing that but a device that we're not using, and so yeah, this is awesome.
Thank you.
It's very cool.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing them in, because I remember when this came before us, and I told you before the meeting, I wondered what it really looked like. I remember asking questions like, okay, and I'm trying to envision, but seeing it helps. So I really appreciate you bringing it.
And Barb has one at the front desk, our security at the front desk. And every time I walk in, she tells me how excited she is. She's like, this is a lifesaver.
I'm sure.
It's wonderful that we can communicate with families that maybe previously before we weren't able to communicate with. So thank you for your kind words.
I do have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do have questions on the slide first.
Of course.
And you corrected the slide 2, number 14. You had said 12 point something.
Yes, ma'am. It's 12.3.
12.3. Okay.
Actually, it's corrected. It's 14.1.
14.1.
My mistake. I'm sorry. I'm confusing the two slides.
Okay.
Student information systems rerun the numbers, so they were absolutely accurate with the
Okay.
PowerPoint was uploaded.
So, and that slide says we have 3382 ELL students that were less than 2 years, meaning they were only in our district for a couple of years and moved on to.
Nope, they're still part of our district.
They're still part of our-
They're still part
okay.
of our district. And it's just, I thought it was a significant number to point out,
Okay.
that so many of them are truly newcomers in our district.
Okay, on slide 3, you said elective courses. After they do 2 or 3 years in ELL, you're saying that they can do electives?
We in the secondary schools in 6 through 12 offer a sheltered elective course that they can take. And typically our students that have been here less than 2 years can take that elective and still receive their credit to graduate if they're high school, or their points to move on if they're middle school, their quality points. So that they can take an elective that helps them with language like acculturation to our schools, and also focuses on the foundational literacy skills that students need when they're learning English. So they can take that elective for 2 years in middle school, they can take it for 2 years in high school. And that way they can be more successful in taking other electives
Right.
and their content area classes as well.
Okay, so this is where they want to refine.
Yes, ma'am.
They want to move on and refine and become a bilingual into the community and, like our statement says, globally competitive.
Absolutely.
And when we say we have students that we just bring in, and this might be for you, Dr. Breslin, or anyone really, when we're doing reading scores, we're doing reading scores in English. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if their score is low, it could be because of the lack of the English language?
Yes.
Am I, okay.
And our students, they take the test the first year as a baseline. Their scores do not count towards the school grade when they first test. So the second year they test, we get to see growth. And usually we see a lot of growth in our students because they learn really fast, and they are especially our younger students are they're little sponges.
Right.
They learn language so fast, so we get to see a lot of growth in our students as well.
So 12,000, on slide 2 again, 12,486 total students are current ELL or former ELLs.
Yes, ma'am.
That's this year? Is this
At
from,
the end of 2024.
End of 20
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
End of the last school year.
and we're expecting, if I went on to slide 4, we have today 1,300 newly enrolled students. So am I adding those two together, former and last year's to now, newly?
Not yet, because the newly identified that we have to test, we're not sure if they will become ELL or not. Chances are a really great portion of them will. We have to, when parents register their students, there are 3 questions called the home language survey. If they answer yes on any of those questions, and I have those questions if you want to hear them. Is there a language other than English used in the home? Did the student have a first language other than English? Or does the student most frequently speak a language other than English? So if a parent, when they're registering their student, answers yes to any one of those questions, that triggers us as the district, and this is statewide, this is under
Right.
state board rule. If the parents answer yes on any of those questions, we must screen them to see if they are eligible to be served through the ESOL program. And so we have 1,300 students that are gonna be new students in our district starting Monday. And we'll have to test those 1,300 students by the 20th day of school to see if they are eligible for ESOL. And then we probably will see about another 700 students register next week. Typically, we see a lot of registrations, and when we have those students, we have to assess them within the 20th day of their first day of enrollment in our district.
Okay.
And then as far as those who are determined to be ELL students, we did have students who graduated, and so then the number will fluctuate. When we graduate some, we enroll some, and then we'll have our updated numbers for the year.
Okay. I think these devices are wonderful. I guess the message from me as a board member is to the community, this is what we're doing to try to help your student learn English. It would be very beneficial if that family would also learn to speak English as our home language here. And with the influx of people coming to our country, like you said, 90 some different languages, the more we can do to educate you to this home language, you're going to acclimate into here, and you're going to feel not so isolated because you're able to understand what we're trying to teach you. So I want the community to see this as a huge benefit, and that, like you said, we don't know if there's a health issue. We have a question that can ask that now. And I think it is going to be a game changer, but I don't want it to turn into just a go-to for everything. We want everybody to cultivate into learning our language and helping us help you, I guess is the message from me. But I think they're fabulous. They're a little more portable than I thought they would be, so that's even better, because you can then take it to a area, like you said. Right when you're doing the phone prompts, my dog will bark and I have to start over. So I think they're great. I think it's going to be great.
Thank you. And we're one of 3 districts that are using them in the state. Charlotte County to the south of us has 20 devices, and then Seminole County has them as well. And I learned about them through the ELL meetings that I have monthly with the Patterson Foundation. And that's where we started exploring them. So a proof that collaboration among districts is incredible to benefit for us. So we're very fortunate to have these in our district, and I can't wait to see more feedback from the schools as well.
Thank you very much. So I know we don't have numbers. I'm asking you off the top of my head, superintendent or anybody who wants to be able to answer this. So 1,300 newly enrolled, potentially 2,000 for ESOL. So that's quite a bit of new students just in that particular section. So what do our numbers look like? I know we're about 4 or 5 days. You may not even have it off the top of your head, but if there's already we know 1,300, could be 2,000 come Monday when parents walk up first day of school thinking that's when they re-register. So what do the numbers look like right now? I know it's off the topic, but
well, I did an interview this morning, Chairman, and then that piece of paper is still sitting on my desk with the latest numbers. But the last run we did, we were about 1,000 students over our projection.
Okay.
So things are looking good. I think I want to say just in our K through 12 district schools, we were sitting at right around 42,000. So a nice increase. But it does point out, and one of the key metrics from Ms. Estes' presentation is the regulatory requirement for that testing to occur very, very quickly. And it's a huge burden, huge responsibility on the team that we have. And so they'll be very busy those first 4 weeks making sure that we've properly assessed every child. So we're excited to welcome those students and get them learning in our classrooms.
Absolutely. Thank you for what you do, because I know it's not easy. And this is a testament to the budget process. I know we're finalizing that as we go forward in September approved, but you budget for what you have, 1,300, we may get 2,000, right? So how many more teachers do we need and paras to support our ELL and ESOL, and how do you build a budget without knowing what's actually here? So it just kind of goes to everything that's can be a little bit difficult at times. And I know that's for your team, that's an adjustment. You got to adjust on the fly, because it doesn't matter who they are. When kids come through our doors, we're gonna teach them.
Absolutely.
So.
And my team, we like to walk around joking that we're small but mighty. They work hard. I'm very fortunate to have such a wonderful team of staff and professionals that truly care about our L's and their families. So we're very fortunate.
Mr. Tatum?
Good morning. Good presentation. Yeah, this is a pretty cool piece of equipment we got here. So,
thank you.
A couple questions for you, please. What does the term sheltered mean, a sheltered class?
Sheltered means that they're in a classroom with just ELL students.
Right.
Mainstream is when they're in a classroom with mixed, it might be ESE students, ELL students, general education students. So sheltered is the elective that are just English language learners in a class together.
Great. And then this number 1,300, is that newly enrolled students for this year, or is that the number of people that you expect? What did that number
When I
mean?
pulled the number Friday morning, just to verify,
Mhm.
it was 1,344 students that are already enrolled to start school on August 12th.
Okay.
And those students will, they answered yes on one of those home language survey questions, so we will have to test them within 20 days. So they already are gonna be brand new students to our district, and it could be at all grade levels. It might be kindergarten, it might be 5th grade that are just moving to our area. So that's 1,300, and then we typically see about another 700 students the first week and a half of school that enroll, and then we'll have to test those students as well. So historically, about 2,000 students every year we test.
Okay, and those are people, those are not the numbers of just new students, those are the numbers of new students that checked one of those questions that said
You are correct, sir.
that English basically is not their primary language at home, right?
Yes, sir, you are correct.
So we could be looking at 2,000 new English language learners potentially, yeah?
We probably will not see 2,000.
Mhm.
I figure by the end of this year, we will probably, and I've been guessing pretty well,
Mhm.
over 8,000 students in our district that are English language learners.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Would be my guess.
Okay. And then, so you're expecting we'll get another, of that total number, about 500 of them or so then, what you think?
Probably, it might
Yeah.
be more, it might be a little.
500,
less,
600.
But I'd say 500 or 600 is a good guess.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And that's about how many we're getting every year, is 500 or 600?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And then, do we not have a couple bilingual schools, elementary schools, is that
We
true?
have 5 dual language programs.
Okay.
And so this year, again, we're continuing at Palmetto, Daughtry, Rogers Garden, Prine Elementary, and Braden River Elementary.
Okay.
I always drop one of them. So we have 5 programs. Braden River L is up to 3rd grade this year, and then Rogers Garden will be up to 4th grade. Daughtry up to 3rd grade, Palmetto to 2nd, and Prine will be going up to 1st grade. So we grow it by a grade level every year. And our children are doing exceptionally well when the data comes out. A lot of times, by the time our dual language students get to 5th or 6th grade, they're outscoring the rest of the district. There's a lot of research that being bilingual and teaching them 2 languages truly opens up part of the brain that we didn't even know was accessible. And so dual language students, like, obviously we're not up to those upper grade levels yet, but we look at a lot of data from our neighboring, our southern counties on the East Coast. Palm Beach County has been very gracious in helping us. Their dual language students, they've had programs for like 25 plus years. Their dual language students are outscoring everybody in the district, and their programs go all the way up to high school at this point. So we grow every year to solidify the programs that we have at our buildings.
Great, and what does a day look like for a 2nd grader at one of these dual language programs?
Well, some of our schools, they spend half their day doing English, and then half their day having learning in Spanish. And they're doing the same standards level instruction, following the exact same curriculum, because we have the materials in Spanish as well. So like at Braden River L, we have, they'll have a 1st grade teacher that speaks English, the 1st grade that's the Spanish side, and then those teachers can plan together and collaborate. Sometimes they'll do bridging lessons so that the students can see how the 2 languages connect using cognates, and it's very powerful for our students as well. So at some of our schools, our smaller schools like Rogers Garden, they have one teacher who is bilingual and teaches both English and Spanish during the day. So they just set up their schedule where they do both languages. And like I said, they're getting Spanish language arts, they're getting English language arts, they're doing reading, math, science, and social study instruction, and they just kind of split it up between the day, so that the students are getting 50, we follow a 50-50 model, so they get 50% of their education in English, their home language, and 50% of their education in Spanish.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're very welcome.
That's all I have, thank you.
Anybody else?
One more.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about the sheltered area, and I talked to Mr. Jensen about the, I call it the EPA, English Proficiency Academy. This kind of sounds like what you're doing, by taking students and teaching them half a day. They're in English Proficiency Academy, and then they're going to their home language. So you're kind of blending that, it sounds like, which I think is a good approach. But with new people coming in, that's where I have us like, okay, it's really hard to split that when you have brand new students. So how do you approach that?
Well, in our K-5 classrooms, we don't have any sheltered instruction. We do have the dual language model at some of our schools, because traditionally, our elementary schools, and I know that Mrs. Messenger will probably nod her head at me, having been a kindergarten teacher. Our elementary schools are very print-rich environments anyways, and so all of the kids are learning to read in English together at the same time. So we don't do any sheltered classes in elementary. But in secondary, if our students are coming to us, say they're coming to us from Cuba, Cuba has a very strong educational system, so those students come in, they can then take a sheltered class, just those electives during the day, maybe one period a day, and then the rest of the day they spend with their peers, in a science class or a math class. So they're not necessarily with other English language learners all day, but our numbers are big enough that they probably are with at least one or two others in their elective schedule or outside of their elective schedule, so that our students that are in those sheltered classes are getting those foundational reading skills and learning how to survive in a United States school system. They need to know how to get a lunch, how to sharpen their pencil, where to find the restrooms, things that we take for granted, but it's almost like they need those sheltered electives just to make sure that they have a community within their school that they know where to go for assistance and help, while at the same time getting their content area classes with the rest of their peers, so that they're learning how to interact and learn alongside everybody else in the school.
Right. I can see this kind of system and program going outside the school doors into a community building that I know we're kind of looking at. I can see a program like this going in that community building and bringing resources in for family members. They're out of school, they're moms, uncles, everybody. I can see this, cultivating into that, and evening and weekend kind of classes. That's, maybe I'm dreaming big, but that's what I see.
And we do try to offer some, every year in one of our grants, we write in a program that our ESOL resource teachers at our school site, I can pay them their wage to teach their parents how to operate within the school system as a parent as well. So we have those classes that we've developed. I also work very closely with Manatee Technical College to send some of our parents or students that are coming here that have a high school diploma to go to MTC so they can take the English classes at MTC. I've been working with MTC to see if we can award some scholarships to some of our parents to attend. We also work very closely with the Manatee Literacy Council, which offers free parent classes, and then Project Light also offers low-cost courses to learn English and citizenship courses. So we often refer parents to them because they will also give parents scholarships to take courses at their site. So those things are done after hours, sometimes on the weekend. We try to be as flexible as possible because we know that our parents are often, working all day, and so doing this in the evening and helping their families and their students with their coursework. So we are often trying to find ways to engage our parents and our community even more.
Right. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I
Appreciate all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate your time this morning.
Good luck to the next
Thank you
start of
so
the next
much.
school year. No.
Good luck. You want your device?
All right, next presentation and report is the 24-25 instructional priorities and initiatives. Mr. Jensen, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chair Choate, board members, Superintendent Weissong. Last week at the 7:30 special board meeting, I came to you with a kind of comprehensive data presentation based on all the school and district results the state released just a couple weeks before. And so to kind of kick off the start of our school year, on the first day our teachers are reporting to their school sites, I wanted to build a little bit on the foundation of that, review a few of those slides from that presentation, and then just talk about what we're doing to move the work forward this year and what we're doing instructionally to support our students, teachers, and schools to move the needle even further. So last week and throughout the year, I've gone over what factors into our school grade components, what are all the different categories of learning that the state looks at as they calculate school and district grades every year. And these are the school grade components from last year, and will continue to be our school grade components for the 24-25 school year. And when the state released letter grades for all the schools in the district, you see on the far right column, the 23-24 results, you see the 24A schools, the 11B schools, and really the highest number, when you kind of look at that top row in particular, the highest number of A schools in the history of the school district of Manatee County. And there was a lot to celebrate when the state released that school grade data. We had our largest number of A schools, like I said, since 2012. We had several Title I elementary schools reach an A grade, which I just think is an incredible testament to the work of the school administrators and teachers on those campuses, Able Elementary and Tillman Elementary. Parrish Community High School earned its first A grade. Ballard Elementary improved from a D to a B, thanks to the incredible work of the staff there. And both Manatee and Oneiko Elementary School improved their school grades and exited their school turnaround status. So again, lots to celebrate among our schools. And when the state released our 23-24 district grade, which finally factored, this is the first year factoring in all of the learning gains components from the new FAST assessments, you can see kind of all of the scores we earned in each of those categories. And if you look at the italicized text underneath each of those boxes, you'll see that we improved from 22-23 in every single one of those school or district grade components, up 5% in reading, 5% in social studies, 6% in college and career acceleration. So just exceptional improvement across the board in our schools, including increases in third grade reading proficiency. Putting up the last 2 years of third grade reading proficiency data up there, you see an increase from 21-22 at 47%. Last the year 22-23 year, it was at 50%, and now we've improved that third grade reading proficiency to 54%. So positive upward momentum, and like I said, an increase in all achievement categories from 23 to 24. But as you also saw on that district grade slide, our overall district grade was a 62%. Under the old system, that would be an A letter grade, but as we talked about last week, the state has released new district grading scales, and now the cutoff for an A is 64%. So we're 2 points away from that A grade, and I think that's incredibly attainable. And so the next part of this presentation is really just about, as we return to school, as we return to teaching and learning, what we're doing on a day-to-day basis to continue our improvement instructionally and create rich learning environments and move towards that A letter grade. So one of the big things we focus on up here in my office is data, and looking at that 24-25 data. We've already started summer and one-on-one small group principal meetings, including Dr. Weissong. So Dr. Weissong met with principals in small groups, met with principals one-on-one to go over their learning gains data, because again, this is the first year of learning gains, and this is going to be a critical component for us to improve in going forward. We looked at graduation rate with each high school principal individually, and we also are meeting with schools performing below expectations to create very personalized support plans for those schools to help move the needle. We also, in my instructional services direct reports, which includes all the principal supervisors, curriculum, Dr. Breslin and her directors, we are going to look at student achievement data weekly, as well as program implementation data weekly, to make sure all of our core programs are being implemented with fidelity and they're moving the needle on student achievement. And then finally, we're also looking at new data monitoring approaches that factor into those that ongoing review of assessment data. Mr. McCarthy in our assessment and research department has created new data tables, new approaches to looking at data for both our principals and our district leaders. You'll see on the agenda for today, actually, a MTS, an early warning system agenda item, which will be a new program we're implementing in the school district of Manatee County to even better support interventions for our students who need either academic or behavioral interventions in our schools, and how we track their progress. And then, of course, we're adding additional formative assessment tools and item banks for teachers to increase all the tools in our teachers' toolkits to monitor their students' progress throughout the school year. And the next two slides are a couple quotes that I usually put in almost all of my presentations when I speak to school leaders or I speak to teachers, and that shows that ultimately, and I think you as a board certainly know this, the research shows that teachers are the single most important factor in a child's learning achievement. If a student has a great teacher, that teacher is going to move the needle for that student and make a tremendous difference, not only in that student's learning outcomes, but also in their life. And if students have a good teacher multiple years in a row, it can absolutely change the trajectory of that student's life. So the research is very clear on this, and the research is also very clear that that principal quality matters. Highly effective principals raise the achievement of the students at their school, and this is a little bit harder to pin down, right? Because there's so many factors that factor into the achievement that happens at a school, but ongoing research shows that principal quality matters too, and I think you as a board know this as you look at your schools and how they achieve. So with that in mind, we're investing a lot into our teachers and our school leaders to make sure they have the tools needed to make a difference in the lives of kids on their campus. And we did a lot of that this summer. We had the Superintendent's Leadership Conference, July 17th and 18th. That's where all of our district leaders, as well as our school-based leaders, our principals and assistant principals, all come together for 2 days of professional learning, building their toolkit, getting the kind of common language and common vision for the year set. We also had an incredible new educator conference, July 23rd through 25th, where all of the new teachers to Manatee County are invited to participate in 3 days of professional learning. Everything from how do I get into our computer systems to classroom management strategies, using the instructional tools, our curriculum maps, everything at their disposal. We also had a incredibly successful summer professional learning conference. This was a 3-day conference where teachers participated in 2 days of sessions at Lakewood Ranch High School on topics ranging from all of our student services, so ESOL learning, ESE students, curriculum, new instructional materials, best practices for teaching and learning. They got to choose sessions to participate in for 2 days, and then they brought those pieces back to their own campuses for a 3rd day and collaboratively planned to set some momentum for the year and get a head start on creating, on implementing what they learned for the school year. And then of course that brings us to today, during pre-plan week, where actually today many of our teachers across the district are engaging in more professional learning facilitated by different departments across the school district. So teachers today are in both in-person and virtual sessions throughout the school district. Again, learning about new instructional materials, learning about the standards, the curriculum maps, best practices for ESE and ESOL. So again, just a ton of investment through multiple events from July and into August, touching many, many teachers. For example, our summer professional learning conference had more than 700 teachers spend that week participating in those learning activities, which I think is, again, a testament to the incredible hard work of our curriculum and student services departments putting that event on, but also the willingness of our teachers to engage in professional learning to make an impact on the lives of students. One of the ways we're also impacting the instructional leadership of our school leaders is through expanding our focus on instructional rounds. And basically, I mean, if you've ever watched a medical show like Dr. House, you know that common practice in medicine, right, is for practitioners to walk together to rooms to talk about cases through a variety of lenses, right? You have different specialists, different doctors with different specialties all standing there talking through a case, and it builds their collective capacity. It helps build their knowledge base, and it helps them identify core issues that they need to tackle as kind of a medical team. There's a lot of research on the efficacy of this in education as well, and so this is something we're going to expand dramatically K through 12 for our school leaders, where our principals and APs are going to be forming cohorts. We started this last year at elementary with kinds of triads of principals who walked each other's campuses, identifying, kind of coalescing around problems of practice. We're going to be expanding that K through 12 and even having principals walk classrooms at different levels. So high school principals visiting elementary schools, for instance. And they're going to be identifying a problem of practice at their host school and then going into classrooms in a non-evaluative way. The whole point of this is to build their own instructional leadership capacity, talking about what they see when it comes to teaching and learning in that classroom, and then coalescing around next moves as a system, as a school, as a system, and hopefully taking best practices back to their own school sites as well. So this is a huge emphasis for us as an instructional leadership team, and a thing we're going to be doing throughout the year to build capacity of our school leaders and make sure all of our schools are implementing best practices across the board. Another way we're kind of coalescing around this and ensuring we all have a common vision for what great teaching and learning looks like is at the leadership conference, and this week during the pre-planning, we've rolled out some Manatee County instructional priorities. And these have been similar documents have been released kind of in the past, maybe prior to kind of the pandemic years, et cetera. But basically, the intention is to have a one-pager with kind of what are the fundamental beliefs that we hold make a difference and lead to great teaching and learning in the classroom. And so we talked to all school leaders about this. This was collaboratively developed with school leaders and with our curriculum department, our student services departments. Really, like what are the big rocks? Like what are the things, if we do really, really well, we're going to be a high-performing district that continues to do well. And how do we create things that are kind of universal but also flexible enough to be adaptive to each school context? And so really it's just three things. What do we teach? How do we teach it? And how do we plan to teach that? And so we'll be using these priorities to help guide our instructional rounds, kind of the common language by which we talk. But the big three are: one, all students should receive core instruction on grade level. So Tier 1 instruction is on grade level and aligned to the target benchmark content limits and specifications. And some of the pieces of evidence we're going to be looking for is that we see that learning goal in the classroom. We see the use of district-adopted materials and programs with fidelity. And galleries of student work are visible in classrooms and hallways. And we see what kind of the task that led to that work is. And thank you, board, because we're actually implementing some new instructional programs for 24-25. We have new social studies instructional materials that we'll be implementing in all of our classrooms, and new science programs that we'll be implementing in all of our classrooms as well. And that kind of speaks to the use of high quality materials in all of our core subject areas implemented with fidelity, and the research shows that really moves the needle on student learning. And again, this is kind of the belief that all students can learn when presented with high quality instruction on grade level. The next priority we're really looking for in all of our classrooms is that all students read, write, speak, and listen for intellectual purposes in every class every day. That goes to not just, the granular test-taking strategies, but what are the opportunities for students to engage in discourse with each other, to make their thoughts concrete through writing in class every day, and how do they build kind of classroom communities by collaborating with each other during class. And you can see we're all about purposeful reading, writing, and discussion, really transitioning the work from the teacher to the student, so the students are doing the heavy lifting in class every day, and then making sure everything we do is aligned to the benchmarks that are being taught. And then finally, we want our teachers to collaborate and provide opportunities for our teachers to collaborate. We know our teachers do this formally and informally every day. So our teachers on their plan period are getting together with other teachers to talk about tasks. And then there's also more formal structures where maybe there's some collaborative planning time after school where teachers are getting together for more structured opportunities to plan those benchmark aligned tasks, questions, and achievements. And again, there's a lot of research on how this works and what are the most effective ways to do it. But basically, teachers identifying what they want students to know, drilling into what misconceptions students may have about that thing that they want students to know, and then how are they gonna teach it, and how are they gonna check to make sure that students got it. And then if students did get it or didn't get it, what are they doing next? And that's really the crux of instructional planning and something we're going to be looking for. So those are really our three big rocks that we're going to be looking at on instructional rounds and really using as a driving factor in our professional learning throughout the year as we continue to improve in all of our kinds of accountability categories and continue to support our students as they make gains in learning. And we're looking forward to another exceptional school year in the school district of Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum, were you lit up to speak, or was
Yes,
that from
please.
last time?
No, I'd like
Yep,
to
okay, go ahead, you're first.
Good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Good morning, Mr. Tatum.
A couple questions for you here real quick on your excellent presentation. So when teachers come over the summer for professional development, do they get paid for that? I'm just curious.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just curious.
Typically, I mean, sometimes teachers come to campus in more informal ways. But
Right.
particularly with like the summer professional learning conference I outlined there, yes, teachers receive their daily rate of pay.
Okay, good. And then let's say that on PM2, that's a progress monitor too, for people who don't know, there's 3 during the year, right, for reading. And so let's say PM2 usually happens, what, around end of December, beginning of January, somewhere around that time frame, is that right? So let's say third grader Johnny Smith is showing deficiency after PM2. He doesn't look like he's going to be proficient and get the 3 score that we want him to get on PM3. What happens at that point? Johnny Smith is identified as being deficient on his ELA skills. What's the intervention? What happens? What are teachers, I'm just curious, start doing at that point?
That is a huge, complicated question.
Okay.
It's a very good question. So teachers and school administrators are constantly coming together as teams to look at that exact question, right? Which is, we have this collection of data based on this student's achievement. Maybe that student is doing really well in math, but doing exceptionally poorly in English language arts based on the state assessments. So it's really a collaborative problem-solving approach that our schools are engaging every day, that includes the parents as part of that stakeholder team. And it's, having meetings around what does this student need maybe that they're not getting? Do we have enough data to maybe say, okay, we need to move this student's kind of what this student's instructional support looks like, right? And we call that tier 2 potentially, or tier 3 instruction. Some of that's required by state law. There's certain things that we're required to do by state law when students show particular deficiencies, and some of it's just the parent has a concern, the teachers have a concern, we meet about it. They, from the different evidence-based approaches, the different tools we have in our toolkit in the school district of Manatee County, selecting one of those curricula, programs, instructional approaches. Maybe it's small group instruction, maybe it's check-in, check-out with the teacher, and then putting the plan together for that, and then monitoring the impact it has on the student, and then revisiting that effect monthly or at the end of a quarter, and then seeing if it's improving the outcomes for that student, and if it's not, maybe we need to try a different approach. So it's just this ongoing collaborative problem-solving approach that includes the parents.
Are they almost monitored at the individual student level, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Johnny Smith and Barb Miller and Jimmy Jones all kind of get a little individualized plan based on the data that we get on their tests. Is that kind of accurate, or?
Potentially, yes. If we want to kind of move them up to the next level of support, we'd put together a plan for them and then monitor the efficacy of it.
Okay. And then let's say, unfortunately, Johnny Smith doesn't get a 3 on his third grade ELA score. What happens at that point when a student in third grade is shown to be not proficient in English language arts?
So in third grade in particular, there's a lot of state law that kind of governs what the school district must do at that point. So students who don't earn a score of 2 or higher could potentially be retained in third grade. There's a state law about that. Okay. We immediately, first of all, long before that has happened, typically those students have received letters home identifying some of the concerning data elements that you brought up earlier, identifying what we're going to do to intervene with the student, et cetera. So it's not a surprise at the end of the year. It's something typically that we've been kind of trying to support as the year has gone on. And then typically those students go to third grade summer reading camp. So they'll spend part of the summer getting supplemental reading instruction with our reading certified teachers here in the district. getting an opportunity to maybe remediate, get some extra learning time around those challenges with ELA in third grade. And then they have an opportunity at the end of summer to take some assessments to try to demonstrate their skill. Okay, they've maybe caught up through some of that supplemental summer instruction. And then if the data still shows that that student needs extra time or hasn't mastered those third grade standards to an acceptable degree, then there's there's either a retention or opportunities for good cause promotion depending on what that student's special case is. Again, those students are very individualized cases. We work with teachers and families to try to work with each of those students individually.
And so you said if they don't get a score of at least 2, is that what you said?
Correct.
They go through the process you just mentioned, or?
Correct.
Isn't 3 proficient though?
3 is on grade level.
It's on grade level. So what happens if they get a 2? They're moved on to 4th grade, and then they get a little extra help or something, or?
Correct. They're eligible for promotion to 4th grade, but obviously we have that data point, and that's something that we're going to be monitoring and providing supplemental support around.
Okay. And then I'm just educating myself on that, because I get questions about, well, what are you doing about 3rd grade reading? So I'm like, well, I'll find out. It's probably good for the public to hear too. So let's say not 3rd grade. Let's say at 4th grade, a 5th grader doesn't get a 3 on the progress monitoring test for ELA. What happens if a 5th grader doesn't get a 3? Because that's passing. You're supposed to pass each grade, but really the 3rd grade one is where they retain you. But anyway, I'll let you answer the question. So.
Passing is kind of multifaceted, right? Because there's not just the state assessment, there's also the grades that the teacher, there's all the evidence the teacher's been collecting throughout the course of the year, and the assignments the student has been completing, the grades they've been earning on other non-assessment tasks. And so again, it's kind of looking at that student as that student's whole portfolio of data and then making a determination. But in general, students who show that they've mastered the standards through some vehicle that year, whether it's core coursework or whatever, they would promote to 6th grade, for instance, unless there's unless that the teachers, parents, everyone gets together and identifies that there's maybe there's a need for that student to repeat a grade or receive, some other intervention.
Okay. That was educational for me. I hope maybe even the public learned something. I'm sure this will get millions of views on YouTube, but for those who are interested, it is. I get questions about, what are you doing about 3rd grade reading? I'm like, well, I'll ask the question. We'll find out. So that's all the questions that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Foreman, and then Ms. Frey.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions to follow up on the professional development. Teachers get paid. Is it required?
This summer professional development?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
So, okay. All right. And including for new teachers, that's not required?
No, ma'am. We advertise it to new teachers. We have some other structures too. So that week of July, we had a couple hundred teachers participate. So we had a lot of our new teachers participate. You also have teachers who are hired after that time, and teachers who may have scheduling conflicts or for a number of different reasons that are unable to participate. So we try to provide just-in-time support for those teachers as well. And of course, we have kind of our standard new employee orientation as well that those teachers go through.
Okay, thank you. And then the new teachers, do we have mentors for them? Does everyone have a mentor?
We do, yes, ma'am.
Everyone?
Yes, Ms. Brown and our professional learning team and our curriculum team go to really have an incredible system of supports for our new teachers. And so we identify mentors at each school site. Those mentors get like supplemental resources and support to assist our new educators. And there's just a whole program that is very tightly choreographed by our professional learning department to support new teachers throughout the year. Because as you know, the first year of teaching is full of ups and downs, and it is you're just tired all the time because of all the daily learning that you're getting. Like every day is a new learning opportunity.
And you're sick all the time because you catch every germ that comes into your room.
That's also true. You build your immune system as well as your skill set, and so I think one of the things we do exceedingly well is our teacher mentorship program, and it's something I look forward to continuing to see grow.
Good. And then my last one for all teachers. My understanding is that the state provides each teacher $250, I believe, for school supplies, classroom supplies.
Supply money.
Is that right?
I'm looking at Ms. Sellers.
Is it 250?
in classroom supply money, or is
I
it
thought it was
300?
300, okay.
300.
But I'm seeing, especially this time of year, a lot of teachers out there asking for donations. In your opinion, is $300 enough? No, I'm serious, you know. If it's not, you know, I see them trying to build classroom libraries, especially new teachers, and as well as display materials.
I was a science teacher, and so I did labs all the time. And so I was constantly at like Walmart at 5 in the morning buying like 6 jugs of milk. And so for a random lab we were doing that day. And so in that case, $250, wasn't enough. And there were certainly additional costs beyond that. I would encourage any of our teachers who feel like they need additional funding and support to either build their classroom libraries or meet their lab supplies, to really sit down and have a conversation with their assistant principal or principal around what are they trying to accomplish in their classroom, what are their goals, and seeing what additional school resources our administrators can allocate to them, because our schools have some great resources, and they're all about supporting their teachers so that they can do the work that those teachers need to do in the classroom. And sometimes I think our teachers may think they have to look outside of the school for resources, when I think if they just express that need to their school administrators, we would help support what those material needs are in schools, as long as it aligns with the goals and objectives of that school. But again, I think that's an important conversation for a teacher to have with their administrator.
Has that message been emphasized to the teachers? Go first to the AP?
I mean, I can certainly follow up to make sure that any opportunities we have to make sure our teachers get that message, they do. But, as you know, sometimes especially in kind of the culture with GoFundMe and some of the other resources that are out there, I think social media has changed things, and sometimes people go straight there first. But it's something we can definitely follow up on with our teachers to make sure that they're aware of the incredible resources that we have within our system to support them.
Dr. Weiss, I wanted to jump in too on your. Did you want to jump in on Ms. Foreman's question?
I was just going to say, no, of course it's not enough. I think back to my first year of teaching in the high school I was at in another district. Had fairly specific rules about photocopying and timelines, and I know you all probably remember that place called Kinko's, and I spent $1,000 there my first year of teaching easily. So it's never enough.
Wow.
Is there sorry to jump in, but is there some process where a teacher can put in for reimbursement or something? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it's necessary, I don't know.
I would encourage the conversation first. Like, obviously we have a reimbursement process with kind of the $300 that our teachers are allocated, et cetera. I think it's really important for that conversation to happen, just because we talked about instructional priorities and initiatives in this conversation. Like, especially a young early career teacher for example, have an idea that they want to accomplish that may be a very expensive idea, and then they talk to some of their peers or their supervising administrator, and they're like, oh, that's a great idea, but here's the way we've found to do that really, really effectively and efficiently, and here's how we can support you with that. You know what I mean? I think that's why I would always encourage to start with the conversation, so it kind of fits into the school's vision for instruction, but also in education, we're always learning from our peers. We're always stealing the best ideas from our peers. We're like the best thieves. And so I think sometimes you just have to have the conversation and say, I'm trying to accomplish this, or this is my big idea, and then get some input on it, because I have a feeling that other teachers at that school have also had that idea, or other administrators have encountered that idea in the past and can help channel the enthusiasm and support it.
And I think so too, just to your point, going back to leadership at your school and saying, you know, I need XYZ supplies or whatever for whatever activity. We obviously have really great community partners that are willing to support our schools that, you know, could be a phone call for the assistant principal or the principal, whatever, to XYZ company that's looking to try to help, but they don't know if they can help or how they can help if they're never asked, right? So I do think there are out there is community support. We just got to be able to know what we're asking them for. Ms. Spray, you were next lit up.
Okay. When you said that third graders are tested and that's the holdback level, say they're right on the cusp. Do they go through a summer school program that maybe if you do this program, you probably won't be held back? I mean, that's what used to happen years ago, but.
It's called third grade summer reading camp, and yes, any of those level 1 third graders are asked to participate in summer reading camp. And then the goal of that camp is to build their skills so that when we retest them at the end of summer reading camp, they can achieve that score needed in order to meet the state law that would allow them to promote into.
So that's done on the level 1 reading.
Correct.
Okay, and we're trying to get them to level 2 or 3. Should
2 or
be
higher, absolutely.
3 or higher, right? Okay. But if they're a 2, they're still going through this summer reading camp, correct?
No, our level 1 students are the ones that
Just the level 1s to get to the 3. But this level 2s, you have the intervention while school is still going, correct?
Correct. So
Okay, I just want to understand that process, like Mr. Tatum. Okay. And to Ms. Foreman's point, I think there's a lot of teachers that do hand-me-down for classroom type, set up their classrooms. If a teacher is retiring, which we see, or leaving the district, a lot of them will leave supplies for the next teacher that's coming into that classroom. So I just wanted to add that into the hand-me-down. And as far as teachers getting an annual $300, we can talk about that at our next meeting. I have an idea on that. But my point of raising my hand basically was to request that this deck be shared with the CFOC, because it's got data in there that they use for their annual report. So it's already here. Why reinvent it? Just send it to them. I have an email ready to just fly out to you as a reminder. If we could do that, that would be great.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, to my last point before we get to Ms. Messenger, remember Manatee Education Foundation, that is their goal, is to raise money for teachers.
Right. So
I know when I was teaching, I went a couple times to them to get some stuff. One time was whatever, it wasn't something that could have been done. But, you know, that is what the Manatee Education Foundation is for, is to support our teachers. And so absolutely that would be, you know, I'm assuming principals, assistant principal, et cetera, your supervisor at your school would say, you know, go to the Manatee Education Foundation for a lot of that stuff. Ms. Messenger?
That's a valid point. There used to be a lunch where they awarded them, and then they stopped doing the lunch part. They still award them. But I think when you went to the lunch, it helped the board understand better, here's all the different projects that are getting funded. And they're still getting funded, but it's not so much in our face as much. But I agree. I appreciate you bringing that up. And just a couple other points. I would spend, I think on average, like $750 a year in my classroom. And that was, you know, we did get state funds as it's funneled through the district, and I've seen districts do it different ways. I guess I'm kind of curious, and I know I've asked this question before, but you had mentioned reimbursement of it, so now I have a question again. How is this money given to the teachers? Is it through their check, through a credit card, like a gift card? Is it a reimbursement process? How is it given to the teachers?
So there's 2 ways that it is given at the beginning of the year. My executive assistant actually works with those teachers with the help of finance, and either the money is loaded into like an account with Office Depot, or they're given the cash and then they at the back end they have to give receipts. So that's how the $300 is disseminated to the teachers. But also in addition, I needed to let you know there is like lab supplies, and it is included in part of the BSA. So at the beginning of the year, we do allocate out to the schools money for that. It's and you see it in carry forwards as well too. The budget this year is like 148,000, and that goes out to the schools. The bookkeepers and secretaries that handle those particular funds are aware of it. There's a budget manual that goes along with it to let them know. It's possible that maybe the secretaries and the bookkeepers need to maybe let the teachers be a bit more aware of that resource to have that connect.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to note is there have been schools that I've worked at in the past that the school just gave a straight budget too. Like, hey, here's your catalog. You can spend $50 from this catalog. What do you need? Is it paper? Is it markers? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, is it paint? Who would do that in kindergarten? That's crazy. But you know, but you could pick out of the catalog, you know, and you had a budget from the school as well on top of the state funds. So I think schools might do it differently as well. You know, there's might be some schools that do something like that because I've seen that, but I've also had schools that didn't do that I worked at. So different districts, different schools, they might all do it a little different. That's my only point on that. But I had a question about the SDMC instructional priorities that you provided. This document that is, it looks like it's a one-pager, which I always like that. I think that that's, you know, like it's probably will get read because it's on one page, so that's good. But my question is, who is the audience for this?
So the audience is all instructional staff in the school district of Manatee.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The audience is both our school administrators, but also our teachers, and it's being provided to all of them.
Okay, that was my question, is like, is this going to be something that's brought up in pre-planning? I mean, I understand like there might have been trainings or stuff over the summer, but here's pre-planning. Is this something that is going to be discussed in like the pre-planning meeting so that all the teachers hear it as well, not just the principals or whoever attended the trainings over the summer? And
yes, ma'am. Our principals are integrating it into their pre-planned messaging and their instructional work that they're doing on their sites. We've also provided schools with physical copies and digital copies as well for teachers.
Okay, because that would be the thing I could only imagine is like it might sound good on paper, although, well, whatever. I had this word about using curriculum with fidelity when sometimes I don't always feel like the curriculum matches the standard perfectly, then I don't really, anyways, I'm not going to go into that. But my point is that I think it's good, and I want to make sure that it's clearly messaged to everybody so that everybody's on the same page, because there's no point in having a goal if not everyone is aware of the goal and moving forward in the same direction. So I appreciate that. That was really my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it. Before we go on to the next presentation, we're going to take a recess, 10 minutes. It's 11:50, so we'll come back at 12. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so with some time issues here, I want to jump ahead, board, if you're okay with it. Hopefully you are. I want to jump to new business, item number 5, the consideration of naming Bayshore High School football field. Some time constraints for the folks that are here that have started this process and presenting this process. And so they presented to us before. We've gone through our days of waiting. So it's our time to actually vote on this naming. I want to bring up Mr. Little, who was the one who presented this to the Bayshore staff, et cetera, who got the committee together, who got this rolling. Give him a chance to speak again on why and what, and we'll go from there.
Very quickly, I heard the gentleman before me say good teachers multiple years in a row change the trajectory of a student's life. Good coaches do too. I think it's important. I said last time, and I think I gave everybody the sign that's already there, and I'm supposed to be very brief, so let me go very quickly. I think it's important for the students at Bayshore, which I said when I originally came up, to have some sense of history for the school and to understand that there were people there before them, there were leaders there before them, and there were coaches and teachers there before them. So we had proposed the name of Plaster Green Field to recognize Tommy Plaster and Dan Green, who's here, both of whom had multiple decades and multiple contacts with students, including myself, who were huge impacts on me. I rank Coach Plaster as one of the 3 greatest male influences of my life. Wouldn't be where I was today if it wasn't for him. So we wanted to honor it. We went through the steps in the process with the school. We went through the SAC committee. We had a special committee. The special committee approved it. It went back to the principal. The principal then approved it. And so we're asking the board to approve the naming. It's under I've read the rules. We've already paid for the sign. There's no cost to the board. It just needs to be a supermajority for Coach Green because he hasn't been retired long enough. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was there any questions for Mr. Little from the board? Okay. I mean, we got all the summary of what Coach Plaster, Coach Green have done for the district and the students. So appreciate their services for sure. So board, we're looking for. So we're going to break this up. We're looking for, because we have to have a majority for Coach Plaster and a super majority for Coach Green. I do want to break it up to two different votes. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the Coach Plaster part, which has to be a majority, not a supermajority.
So moved.
And I don't, and that is the question, Laura, that I had. I don't know if you broke it up inside of Granicus. No worries. So we'll just do it verbally. So we've got a motion on the floor. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comments, board, on Coach Plaster naming? Seeing none? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Yep, Ms. Bray.
Coach Placer is still with us then?
No, Coach Plaster passed.
And if I read that.
Oh, is he still with us?
Yes, he lives up in South Carolina.
Okay.
He retired, I think, after 40 years.
Yeah, and the reason why they're separated is because he's been retired longer, so he only needs a majority rather than a supermajority.
Okay.
So that's the reason why, for voting purposes, we're separating it.
Okay.
Was that your question?
That was my
Oh,
question.
okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No, no worries. All right, so we've got nobody else lit up to speak. We've got our motion and our second. You've got those motions and seconds, Ms. Cox? All right. So we're going to go ahead and verbally vote on the approval of this first half of naming it after Coach Plaster. All in favor, raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm sorry.
So passes 4-1 with Miss Spray as a no. Did you want to comment? I'm sorry.
Yes, I will. I am just one of those individuals that naming buildings and schools and property after people is just, you're taking a risk that something might pop up that is unbecoming. I don't question people's intent here at all. It's just that sometimes something will come up later in years that you don't expect. And I'm just not in favor of ever naming buildings or schools after individuals because of that.
Okay, thanks. So I know which way you're probably gonna go on this next one,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine.
Well, I have other comments on that one, so.
Okay, so we've got, first one's passed, now we'll talk about Coach Green. And we do need a super majority for this. So I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we've got a second. And any discussion, board members?
Yeah.
Ms. Spray?
According to policy number 7250, paragraph B, the last line, shall have left a public office for a period of time not less than 5 years. I'm not sure when Mr. Green retired. I'm guessing 2020 is what I saw in the documents. August 2020. Okay, so that would make it August 2025 as a 5-year mark, right? 2020. So I don't know, we're actually breaking our own policy. Am I correct, Mr. Dye, if we do this?
You're correct that the policy's 5 years, but then there is a proviso that you can get past that with a supermajority vote.
And a supermajority is 5-0, right? Or 4-1? Okay, all right, I want to clarify. Okay. So for the same reason as stated before, I'll probably be a no vote. And that's nothing, I want Mr. Green to understand, I've been a coach, and I know how much that contributes to the development as a whole. This isn't anything personal to any individual and their accomplishments of what they've done at the school or with the students they coached. It's just it's hard for me to name after people. If a student was, if something bad happened to a student during the school year or even after, and somebody came before us and wanted to name a playground after that student, that would be the exception for me. But for this particular one, I just can't. I'm so sorry, but please don't take it personal, because I'm sure you probably did a lot of great things. Okay.
Yep. Mr. Chatham?
I tend to agree with Ms. Spray about these things, and I put some thought into this, and my thought eventually is just that if the people in the community there, it's kind of their school, they want it to be named after somebody, as long as we've done our due diligence in the background and we don't find any issues with it. I'm on par when you weigh the pros and the cons. I'm on balance with it. I will say for maybe some of the new schools we're going to set up, I'd have a little stronger opinion on naming schools after people. But we'll see when that discussion comes. But
That'd be a fun one.
That'll be a fun one. But I'm going to support it. But I do have reservations, like Ms. Spray said. But if the people of the community, it's their school. It's kind of, when I say it's their school, I mean it belongs to the county, obviously. But it's their community. And if that's what they want, and they feel strongly about these people, and we don't really have any good reason to deny them, then on par, I'm going to go ahead and support it. But I understand your concerns, Ms. Spray.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
Good.
Miss, no?
I was just going to point out that the policy was updated to add that community piece, because we kept getting requests and they might come from one person but not whole groups, and then the school didn't even know it was happening. And so that's why the policy now has all those pieces to it, to make sure that it is coming from the community and that the school is part of it, and that it's all comes together for that exact purpose, that it's not us, it's the community. And when you name a school, the process is actually a little different than that.
Right.
And the board will get a whole long list of hundreds of things that people came up with things you won't want to read on air. And just want to, that's the purpose of the policy. You highlighted it. That's why I turned off my speaker button, but no, it's okay. But I just wanted to highlight that's the purpose of it, right? And so I you want the community to bring it and support it.
Did you want to go again or no?
I'll pull this down, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yep, there we go, I'm done.
All right, no other board members lit up to speak, so let's go ahead. We've got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on the approval of Coach Green on the field for Bayshore High School. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Same.
No.
So passes 4-1 with Ms. Spray as a no. And thank you, Mr. Little. Thank you, Coach Green. Thank you for going through that process. Look forward to seeing unveiling probably one of these Friday nights coming up. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Coach.
It's all right.
So board, thanks for obliging me there and jumping that forward. I'm gonna go back to item number 9.3, which is the new school year updates, safety, transportation, communications. Mr. Nalding.
Good morning. We're going to give you an update on going into the school year, some of the school safety and traffic-related items that are on the horizon. We've actually got 5 topics that we're going to present here, so what I would recommend is maybe once we complete a topic, we'll take the questions so that it's fresh in everybody's mind. I'd like to first turn it over to Mr. Tom Sessler, who's our supervisor of security, and he's going to talk a little bit about the Evolve system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Board Chairman, members of the board. Today I'm here to provide you and answer some questions on the daily weapons screening that's going to be conducted in the schools in Manatee County. First and foremost, why is the district conducting daily weapons detection screening at schools? It would be threefold. One would be detect and prevent potential weapons from being brought into the school. 2 would be deter the act of bringing weapons into the school. And 3 would be reduce the potential for violent incidents. Next question, what system and company did we choose and why? The school district chose the EVOL Express Weapons Detection System because it's the fastest and most effective at scanning individuals and the least invasive system. Unlike traditional metal detectors, EVOL Express uses advanced sensory technology and artificial intelligence to screen guests while they walk through at a natural pace. EVOL has created technology that's used throughout the country. It's used in high schools, it's used in colleges, it's used for sporting events, college and pro. It's used at Disney, and most recently, it's been added to the subway system in New York City. They had an uptick in violent acts with weapons in the subway, so they recently have used it there. We actually had the CEO of EVOL at our district here just explain a little bit about that and work with us on the system and the usage. And we also have a video that was created that has been sent out to the parents of the school, just to advise them on the process and also the students coming into the school. We have 9th graders who are going to be new to the high schools. This will be new to them and also in the middle schools potentially throughout the year. So at this time, if we could show the video.
The safety of our students and staff is the #1 priority of the school district of Manatee County. We want all parents to feel safe sending their children to our schools, and we believe the addition of these sophisticated systems brings another layer of security to our schools.
Evolve is not a metal detector. It is a weapons detection technology designed to identify specific objects of concern. When the system alerts, the person identified is sent to an adjacent area for further screening to resolve the concern.
Our students are already familiar with the Evolve systems because they were randomly deployed at all high schools last year. Screening is fast, automatic, and requires no removal of backpacks, bags, or purses, although laptops must be removed before entering. This technology is designed for easy walkthrough flow without stopping.
Our students and teachers deserve the opportunity to learn in an environment free from worry about weapons on campus. We hope this system will provide additional comfort and peace of mind at our schools.
It gives me extra assurance to know that my child is going through the same type of security systems used at most major sporting events and entertainment venues. I want to thank the school board and the school district for making student safety their top priority.
Very well done.
Okay. The board has approved the purchase of 18 additional units over the summer. We had 4 existing single lanes. That'll enable us to deploy 2 systems to each high school. They'll be there permanently through the year. They'll used for the morning screenings and also for extracurricular events and activities at the schools. I would thank the board for taking this initiative, this extra security measure, and I would assure you our team members, our guardians, are anxious to take on this task and look forward to providing the safety and security these systems will provide us and prevent guns from coming into the schools. Okay, thank you.
That's great.
Any board members?
I
Yeah.
do.
I have one question. How do you handle late arrivals?
For late arrivals, we're going to transition one of the systems to the front lobbies, and it's going to be set up there throughout the day. We're going to have guardians rotating in to screen individuals who would come in for late arrivals.
So the front office will notify a guardian to come to the front office and do.
Yes, they'll be in that area, mitigating in that area. We have 2 guardians assigned, a minimum of 2 guardians assigned at high school, so there will always be someone who would be available near that area. Yes.
Good morning, that was informative, thank you. Can an SRO run these things or not?
No, at this time, they have not had the training, and we've not worked with the Sheriff's Department or any of the local police departments with them using the systems.
It's just our guardians, okay. And the second question is, I asked this during my briefing, but I forget, how many new guardians did we hire to work with these new machines?
We added 11 new guardians to supplement the high schools for using these systems.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I have, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Spray?
I'm excited for this. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, but we probably need to get our SROs to see what the system is about, I would say, because if we had a shortage of a guardian, maybe SRO could fill in that spot for a few minutes or whatever, but engineer mind is saying, why doesn't this company develop a similar system that would be on a bus? So if a student got onto that bus, they're scanned right there. It's just, that was one of the, when I saw this as a topic today, I'm like, wow, they could really expand their business by my idea, by putting that on a bus for those students that already go through the scan, have an area where they pull in at the bus. But Mr. Rinaldi, I'm thinking off the cuff here, but I think that would be a tremendous benefit to this whole process. You scan before you get on the bus. Once you get on the bus, you go to the area. You're right there on there. So I'm just thinking outside the box. I think it's a great idea. So maybe they need to call me and I'll give them my ideas. Give them my number. I have it already designed in my mind.
Okay. I think the critical point here is at the point of arrival for the high schools, we have an armed individual that if a weapon is detected, that action can be taken. On a bus, we would be looking for a bus driver or a bus aide who are not armed individuals.
Right, I understand that.
So that's I think that's one of the reasons from an operational standpoint that this point of arrival is the perfect place for it to happen.
5-10 years from now, though,
Never know.
you never know. You can say it came from the school district Manatee board. Just saying. Okay, that's all.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for all you do and your staff. And I'm excited. I think the deterrent is what this absolutely does. This is going to cause kids who may have brought something or whatever to double think that, because they know they're going to be checked every single day instead of random. So appreciate your all's hard work. And so I don't think you see other board members love to speak. So I think you're still the next section, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can go ahead.
Mr. Barber will talk a little bit about the banners.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Burley's next.
I'm sure y'all are probably familiar with this program because it was initiated here at the school board and came to our office, and we worked on the banners and posters, and those have been distributed to all of our schools. The banners went out this summer, so they should be up at our schools on Monday for school to start. It really ties in with what we were just talking about and evolve. You know, we just live in a world today where you've got to take every precaution you can. And I will say I've worked with principals over the last decade on threats, helping message to parents in regards to threats. And I've learned that I would say half, if not more, of the threats that get reported are done by our students. And of course, a big component of this campaign is to really get the Fortify Florida information out there. And we get a lot of threats that do come through Fortify Florida, but our students do a really good job of letting us know when they see something that's dangerous on campus. As I said, you know, it's a major way that we find out that there's something that needs to be taken care of on campus. So I appreciate you all coming up with this idea, and we're putting it into practice this year, and hopefully it'll just add to you know, the sense of safety that is felt in our schools.
I'm proud of this. So.
Thank you.
I'm very proud of this.
Yeah, let's remind us that Ms. Sprague came up with this terminology, safety over secret, so good for her. Her legacy for the Manatee County school system.
It is. I don't need a building. This is fine.
Who had the Let's Talk app?
Tag teaming.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. So the Let's Talk app is an overlay for our existing phone system. And what we're going to be able to do with this is we're going to be able to identify response times, we're going to be able to identify frequently asked questions, and we're going to be able to track to make sure that answers are given to our parents or the public who is calling in to ask questions relative to, at this point, transportation and the ESE, and eventually I believe the superintendent's office as well. So as those calls come in, we're able to track and quantify the number of calls, identify the response time for those calls, identify wait times, and things along those lines. So it's kind of it's a next step for customer service for us to make sure that we're tracking. The key issue on the transportation side is that there's a lot of frequently asked questions, and that those questions don't need the use of a specialized router or an administrator, but we have other individuals that can answer the phone, and eventually they may not actually physically be in the transportation compound at Maskey, but they could be here at the SSC answering basic questions about, you know, how do I find my child's bus route on Focus, and those basic questions as well. So from a transportation standpoint, we've gone to Pasco County. It was Pasco, correct? And they are absolutely singing the praises for it. It has really streamlined their operations, and more importantly, it's gotten the information out that needed to get out to the parents at critical times. So that's going to be an overlay for us for this upcoming year. Any question on Let's Talk?
I don't. Yep. Okay.
I assume it's bilingual?
Yes. So we'll have staff members that are responding in yes, bilingual. Yes.
So the responses are not computer generated or robotic. They are people.
They are people. Eventually, though, once we identify what the common questions are, then we could go into computer-generated responses as well. So at this point, we're just starting it.
You're just gathering data. We're not really saving time. Is that?
Saving time from the standpoint of tracking the response time and being able to formalize when the questions come in and making sure that we get responses out as well. So Kevin, is there anything you want to?
No, you did a great job, Mr. Rinaldi. So, for example, it's connected to our student information system. So, when Mom Mary Foreman calls, and you select where's my bus, because right now you would just call, right, and we wouldn't know who you are, what you're calling about. But through the Let's Talk system, you would have gone through a couple of quick prompts, and it connected to our SIS system. So before someone says hello to you, we already know Mom Mary Foreman's calling. We already have your child on our screen. We already know what bus number, and we already know why you're calling, which is probably bus number 68 is late. So hi Mrs. Foreman, you're probably calling about your son on bus number 68. It's 10 minutes late. We know exactly where it is. Please stand by, and right there we're able to handle it just like that. So that's the goal. Obviously it takes time to link the systems and train and all that, and Mr. Warrington's team has done a great job in training this summer on that. So we're slowly rolling that out with transportation, no pun intended, and then ESC will come later this month because those are our two high trafficked departments, and at the same time we're connecting the superintendent's page. So if you have want to connect with the superintendent, have a comment for them, want to invite them to an event, have a request, there's a nice easy system now instead of just randomly calling the main number. So it's many school districts in Florida are going with this, and it's just a great way for us, like Mr. Rinaldi said, to track the data. It helps somebody really get to the right person. And like you were saying, the efficiency and the time makes it much faster. So it's been a good system so far in setting it up. So we're going to roll it out here and see how we do in this beginning of the school year. But it should make things run a lot smoother.
Question. So anybody can invite Dr. Weissong to their 10-year-old birthday party, which is awesome. Be ready for the balloon animals and that sort of thing that you got to do. So this is a great system. I love it. I think it's going to be way more efficient for families to be able to communicate, for us too, and the engagement's going to be better. The number one thing is people got to know it's there and to use it, right? So what is our strategy to make sure that that's out there for them to use?
Right. So right now, great question, Mr. Chair. So right now, when you go to our district website and you pick transportation, it's one of the biggest icons on the page. That page comes up, and right away there's a big button that says Contact Us, right? Because you're probably going there to contact us. You press Contact Us, and it's immediate. You start to work the system. So gotcha. I'm Chad Choate. Where's my bus? Here's my phone number, send, and it immediately goes to, and that's where Mr. Warrington and his team with the company that does this has set up the tree, right? So it's going to go right now to the right person who's through the SIS system is in charge of that routing, right? Because otherwise you would have to go on the website. There's a list of 30 people to call, and you're just randomly selecting, and you're going to probably call the director, right? I mean, why would you call anybody else than the director? So the idea is to triage and get it as fast to the right person as possible. And then Mr. Warrington and us can track the response time to that and keep making it an efficient system.
And is there an actual app for parents to have it on their phone?
It's not really an app. It's more, I know it's called an app, but it's more of
more like a software inside of our.
Yeah. So when you go to our district contact page or the transportation specific. So the end goal here is every department will be linked with Let's Talk, right? So if you're calling, again, ESE, transportation, curriculum, security, it's going to go through a triage system, so it's getting to the right person. So you're not just getting either a voicemail or some sort of system, and that's through email or phone as the way to contact us. So.
Gotcha. I'm thinking, could there be a way for on our Facebooks and our Instagrams and all that kind of stuff that this button's there, like in the bedding of school district Manatee County, blah blah blah. Contact us. That's automatically the app.
Yes, and that's what.
I mean, and I know that we're starting with transportation, moving to ESE, and the goal is everything. And so I would imagine eventually one day you get on the website and contact us is a button of itself instead of going in the department. And I know you got to start somewhere and move forward. So I'm not asking.
And this week has been our go live testing, if you will. So we're still making sure everything's connected. But
Is it live to the superintendents?
not yet to the superintendent, but any day.
I was going to go right now and say, come to my birthday party. Okay.
And
40 this year, so it's a big one. So
that and so yes, and we're also building a new website too, which we'll be rolling out later in the school year. So all that will be a part of our continued effort to have the best customer service and the best engagement with our parents and community.
Awesome, love it. Ms. Spring?
That was my question. Basically, is there an app that needs to be downloaded?
Well, right now the transportation has, but you have an app now, right? You have a where's my bus? No, or do we?
No,
Right.
it's just on online.
Right. So
I'm like on our website right now.
yeah. So if you
I don't see.
yeah, if you click on transportation,
If you go to transportation, it's there on the side. It's
Okay,
like
I
a little
got
yellow
you.
thing.
So we need to communicate that, because my thing is, okay, where is it?
see your page right now.
Yeah,
Or if you go to, there was another one. The superintendent one's not working yet, but the transportation one and then the contact us also has a contact us
Yeah, I
on
see
the
it
side that you
right
can do.
I see, okay, it's just a little tab. I'm looking for a big, right in the middle, yeah.
Yep. It's all part of our. Right now, it is. As part of our new website design, it will be like what the chair said. It will be all front and center.
Okay.
To all that, making it as easy as possible for our families. Because there's also the contact about registration, kindergarten registration. We encourage everybody to register to ride for their buses. Hopefully they've done that, Mr. Warrington, by now. Registered your child for school. Hopefully everybody's done that by now. But also signing up for school lunch. That's a big button on there. And of course,
Yeah, I see there's like a plethora of departments. Wow.
right, and we'll start seeing that data of what the most commonly, like Mr. Rinaldi said, if 90% of people contacting the bus transportation offices, probably.
That one at the top.
Well, Mr. Rinaldi would say, and Mr. Warren are going to say that our buses will and are going to run on time on our first day of school. But if by chance there's a traffic issue or weather, they might be delayed, and that's probably the most common answer is where's the bus. So that's a great way to use that system very quickly, rather than just randomly calling the transportation department. So,
Okay.
and through the system that it's now linked, we'll know that Miss Cindy Spray is calling, right, and that your child's a fourth grader headed to. Samoset, and we'll know exactly pretty much why you're calling and have an answer by the time we get to you on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a live chat bot that you use on any website.
That's what I
right?
was gonna ask, is it
And
like
so
a
yeah, I think it's great. So and is
we're-
that
and
how
we're
it
hooking-
looks?
We're hooking that up as well. We'll have some sort of, to Mrs. Foreman's point, eventually we'll have an automatic way
Sure.
so that you can get an answer faster while a human's getting to you. Because those first week or two of schools is always very busy. But that will eventually be the way we set it up so that that bus number 52 is coming at
It could be like an automatic.
7:28, and it's coming.
Do we have, as you guys have rolled it out and you're kind of playing with it right now, you may not have this data, but do we know by the time, if I start filling this out and I send it, what is the response time, to where you're answering a question, sending it back to the parent? I mean, just out of curiosity.
I think we're working on that, right, Mr. Warrington? Go ahead.
Correct, we are. We've always had a 24-hour policy for that initial, at least that initial contact. We, of course, try to do it shorter than that. But as of right now, it's only been live for a couple of days. And some of the staff hasn't been there. So it's really quite exciting, and it is. As soon as the call connects, we get the information on the student that's associated with that particular phone number, and the chat bot. We've been uploading information, state statutes, State Board of Education rules, so that if somebody does go and search, it searches all of that information first to see if maybe it can get itself the answer ahead of time.
Gotcha.
Very, very exciting.
Awesome. I'm excited about this. Yeah.
When somebody calls in on the superintendent's one, who's answering it? Because the questions at the superintendent's office are gonna be all over the place.
Right,
You know,
right.
some should go to Mr. Barber, some should go, you know.
Yeah,
So,
well, the way we're gonna set it up is it's, at least the emails, are gonna go to Danielle, Domicolo and probably myself. But, you know, I'll give you an example. So right now, you know, almost everybody's email and phone number is on our website. You know, as we look at other successful school districts, that is actually maybe not the best way to engage and communicate with the community, because you open yourself up for, you know, 400 emails and it's hard to get to them all. So the way the system will work is it's set up to go to the right people, and then have supervisor checks along the way to make sure things are getting answered properly and timely. So when it comes to superintendent, you know, right now they're going right to Dr. Weissong's email, which, you know, of course, every email and every parent's concern is as important as the next. But to think about how many emails he must get during the day, it's best that those email requests and email concerns go to some of his team members, so that we can kind of triage them, so that we can get them answered in a timely manner. So that's the way the system, at least with the superintendent, will be built. One day we may be coming to the board to see if you all want to be involved in this as well, to help triage your emails as well. But we're going to just work on these heavy hitters first, the ESC and Transportation Department and Superintendent's Office, and then and see the lessons learned, and then keep building out.
Is it as sophisticated as, like, I'm writing an email about a bus, whatever, and then it's going to get, this is about busing and transportation, I'm pushing this out to so-and-so?
Well,
like,
right.
Is that how the system is?
I believe it goes right. Once they recognize that it's you in the system, it's going to go to the right router. It's going to go to the right person who deals with your routes.
No, I mean, like Ms. Foreman saying, the superintendent one may be all over the place, and maybe you see that first before the transportation or something else. So if I write to the superintendent contact us one tab, and I'm writing about a bus but I never went to the transportation,
right?
Or I'm writing about Miller Elementary, is it going to potentially push those things to the right people?
Right.
Okay, cool.
So that it gets answered by the right people.
Gotcha.
Right. And you may just say, I have an issue with the books in our libraries, or
which is a faster and more
science
efficient
curriculum. Or,
yeah, it's faster and more efficient for the person wanting the answer.
Yeah. How do I register my child for school?
Yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
Dr. Weiss, how do I register at Miller Elementary? So it will go right to the Office of Student Assignment and help you start registering.
I agree with you that I think when every single person's email and contact and their title and all that's on there, it's overwhelmed. Like, who do you talk to? And so I think this is
streamlined.
Yeah, streamlines it. I think this is great.
Yeah, and to the community, it's the opposite of what you would think, right? We're not trying to disengage or provide more bureaucracy to your contact. It's actually going to really get to your question, your answer, or your piece of information you're needed faster and more efficient than it would probably right now. So and then we have the data on it, right? So that we can start seeing what's the most commonly asked questions and so on and so forth throughout the school year.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other board members lit up to speak on this. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mr. Rinaldi?
Who's next?
School zone speed.
Yep. Just wanted to bring you up to date. In the spring, Manatee County, the county, put out to bid the installation of cameras at select campuses, and it's within unincorporated Manatee County. And they identified 30 campuses where they were going to install these speed cameras. Their goal was to have them installed by the opening of school on the 12th. With the recent events of the storm, that may be pushed back slightly. We haven't had contact with them quite yet because I know they're out there like we are evaluating their right-of-ways and how things were impacted by the storm. But the goal is to have a camera that will be monitoring speed through the school zones. And it starts 30 minutes prior to the start of school, so we'll pick up those that time where the students are coming in for breakfast, and it'll be 30 minutes after school as well as during the school day. So it'll be monitoring. The critical from an enforcement standpoint are cars that are in excess of 10 miles per hour over the posted school zone limit. Obviously, it's a great piece. It was no cost with us, just a coordination point with them, and they worked with Florida Power and Light in Peace River to actually get the power to these locations. And as I say, originally as of Thursday of last week, we're still talking that they were on track to have the majority up and running for the opening on the 12th. I'll keep you up to date as to how the storm impacted as well, but it's going to be because in some of the, as you are aware, FDOT did remove some of the speed zone flashers out there, so this is a good supplement. Keeping in mind, we do not know at this point what the city of Bradenton is doing and what the city of Palmetto, whether they're going to use this same vendor and what the schedule is right now. So these are just our campuses within unincorporated Manatee County.
Can make sure that, and I asked this thing in the briefing, but I want to make sure this is out. So during the school day, 12 o'clock, normal school day, if you're are they going to be recording and giving tickets for going over 10 miles an hour?
My understanding is that yes, that is their intent, and that's the way that they're.
But not the school zone, not 20, but let's say if it's a 30, normal 30 zone.
I believe that it'll be when the flashers are off, what the normal,
gotcha, what the normal speed
limit. The normal speed limit will be. Now, one of the things they'll be doing is there is a 30-day rollout period for this, where they'll be doing some general notifications to the public as to the program, as to the locations that they're going to be. So it's going to be an outreach kind of program that they put together, and we'll try to work with them to get that on our website as well. So
that was going to be my next question was, what does the communication look like? I don't know if we're going to get a whole lot of necessary. I mean, I think we'll get calls and complaints because they're going to think it may be us. But I wanted to make sure that the county, the sheriffs are putting this out there too, so that because we don't get anything from this, right? Other than, of course, our students are more safe because you're going to hopefully slow down. And that's everybody. There's someone's child, etc. So I just want to make sure that there is communication. I know Mr. Barber does a great job of that in his staff. So, but like this slide would be great to put out there. Obviously, we'll do some of the buses stuff like that. But yeah, just to make sure that we're piggybacking off whatever they're doing.
And we know they're working on a video as well.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
That's what I was going to say. Manatee County is doing a video.
Perfect.
They're still working on it, but yeah, they're going to be releasing that to help inform.
And we can push it. Awesome. Great. Yep.
You do realize that traffic tickets are published on the clerk of the court's website? So if any school board member.
Oh, I'm already, it's already in my head. I put on my dash.
But no, so we all need to be really careful. That's not a good look. But so just
Miss
saying.
Messenger. Yeah, Miss Messenger.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
I just want to point out that several of these schools, there's no way for anybody to speed because of the amount of traffic. I could list them. I kind of want to bring up what the chair had brought up, because when the county first proposed doing this, there were stories coming out from around the country where there were cities that have done this not during the school zone times, but all day, and actually still utilizing the school zone speed. And then people getting tickets. And the other issue was the flashers not flashing at the right times, which I know from my own child's school, it doesn't flash at the right times because I've watched it. So we have no say in this, but I would hope that they're going to make sure the flashers are actually flashing at the right times so people are aware, and that it's really well communicated so that people understand what the expectations are, because I'd like to believe people want to follow the rules, but they have to really understand what that is, because if the flashers aren't right, if it's happening all day and you're not abiding, like, there's just a lot of what ifs in this that make me a little apprehensive. Of course, I want everyone to slow down. My kids walk to school too. I agree with it in that piece, as long as it's really well communicated, and that's not on us. But I'm gonna just do a call out saying, hey, we need to make sure it is well communicated, because the community needs to understand these are the rules we're all gonna abide by, these are the expectations, and if you are going, 4 miles an hour in front of the school because of so much traffic, hey, let your county commissioners know that too. But I just want to make sure that that's like as well communicated as possible. I have one other question. Why is Harvey Elementary in red? What did they do to deserve that?
No, well, they had said that they were going to be open by the 12th. However, with the extent of construction going on Moccasin Wallow, they said that probably Harvey would be sometime in mid-September. So they were having problems in the right of way. So I wanted to highlight Harvey would be a late start for them.
Not that anybody can go that fast anyways because of the amount of traffic. Okay, I was curious about that one as well. So, okay, thank you. I guess I'm hopeful, and I'll look for like whatever the county puts out about what they are going to follow.
Recently, is last week, we were working with the county on start times and dismissal times. So
Okay.
we'll make sure that we're monitoring it, and we'll obviously we can't be at every campus when it starts, so we'll work with the principals and staff to say how accurate do you see the start and stop times.
Well, but like Mr. Choate said, it's not on us. Like, that is a county job. It's unfortunate that now it falls on us because the county isn't monitoring that, because I've seen it. And so if I've seen it, I know lots of other people. And now that was a problem in itself. But if you're going to ticket people based on that, then you better make sure it's right. That's my only thing about that. I just want to make sure it's accurate. So it's about making sure it's well communicated. Once again, that's not on you, but I'm hoping the county does that.
I mean, we'll support them.
Ms. Bray?
I think it's I know the county's doing this, but I think it's a dual responsibility for us to communicate just as much, because it is at our schools. It's saddened that we don't have Manatee, Oneiko, all the ones that are on the major highways. The state just really pulled one over on us there. I was hoping the county would chime in on it, but it can't. I understand that, but is there anything we can do there?
Well, I mean, we can work with the city of Bradenton to make sure, and I've got 2 lists. On one of the lists that was supplied to us, Oneiko was on there. On the one that they gave us that was distributed, Oneiko was not. So we'll get some clarification as to whether Oneiko is on or off. I'm not sure if they're in the county or if they're in the city of Bradenton, but like Manatee is the city of Bradenton, so we'll work with them as they select a vendor as well.
Okay, so it's gonna be the same vendor though?
Not sure.
No, because the county's doing one city and then Palmetto. I would hope all 3 entities would get together and say, hey, we get a better deal if we all use the same vendor. That would be the hope. But and then to the chair's point, acclimate the community to this is gonna go in effect. Basically, this is like a red light camera for speeding or running a red light. This is gonna be more for the speeding side of it. And fines are going to the county. Am I correct?
Well, I mean, there's like, for instance, in the marketing piece that you have here in the bottom right, the citations are $100. They're civil infractions, no points or insurance increase. So,
Embarrassment is enough. To Ms. Foreman's point, embarrassment is enough. Okay, but they're all going to the county, correct, or city?
We haven't finalized where it's going yet. It's my understanding that 60% of it does go to the county.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if the vendor's taking 40% or 35% and we get a 5%, or that we weren't part of that discussion as of now.
Okay. I just want to make sure that although it's driven by the county, city, we all are in this together because this is something I really wanted. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Cheatham?
Do all of our school zones have flashing lights that indicate them or not?
No.
No.
No, they do not.
It's kind of a bummer because sometimes these signs are hard to see. Like even sometimes I'll catch myself, you know, oh gee, I'm in a school zone, you know, because it's a sign underneath a tree in the shade when the sun's shining in a different way. So I was just curious. I guess there's nothing we can do about that, but it just as a point of information, people will probably get tagged by this, not because they're not trying, but because they just don't see the sign, and maybe they'll have to get a ticket to see it. But
next time they will.
Next time they'll know. And there are actually, I mean, I can think of neighborhoods around in the area where I live where so there's the main road, right? So there's the schools on the main road, and you have a flashing light at this end, and you have a flashing light at that end. So if you're coming down the main road, you know it's a school zone. But if you pull out of the neighborhood, now if you live there, you probably know, but if you're visiting somebody or you're a contractor, you just went in there, it's your first time in the neighborhood, you pull out into the middle of that zone, and you hang a right, and you see the sign that says 30, and you accelerate to 30, and all of a sudden boom, you're going to get tagged. No system is perfect, I guess, right? Just a warning to people, keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
All right, great, thanks, that's what I wanted to know.
All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Warrington, our Director of Transportation, talk a little bit about the protocols when you see a bus stopping. Thank you.
There we go.
All right, good afternoon again. So yeah, this time of the year, once all the buses get out there on the road, they started their dry runs this morning. And it's kind of twofold. One, make sure that their timing on their route sheets works, getting them from stop to stop, so that we can make any kind of adjustments that we would need. And they'll go out again on Friday and do it again to check those times and any changes. There's always, every year, there's always questions on who has to stop for the bus and who doesn't, especially in our growing communities where there's landscaping and things like that in between the directions of travel. Most Floridians are aware of it, but we are a highly tourist area, and so some of our northern friends might not be aware of it. So we just want to make everybody aware that on a 2-lane road, all traffic has to stop. School buses are required to activate their yellow amber warning lights 200 feet before their bus stop. That is not an indication for cars to speed up to try to beat the bus, even though they'll tend to do that, but it creates an unsafe situation. But all traffic has to stop on a 2-lane road. On a multi-lane road where there's continuous pavement, regardless of how many lanes there is, all traffic has to stop in both directions. Even if you have a 20-foot wide paved section in the middle of the north and southbound lanes and 4 lanes in each direction, all 12 lanes worth of traffic must stop for the bus. The only exception is when there's a median or a raised barrier that is at least 5 feet wide and raised, or some kind of physical barrier. At that point, oncoming traffic would be required to use caution, typically slow down and just be mindful of any students that might be crossing. We would never route any buses that would require students to cross a road that's got a median on it. And we do not have students cross multi-lane roads. We'll route the bus to pick up on one side and go down, turn around, and come back on the other side. But our students do cross on single lane roads, and our bus attendants get off the bus and assist them with crossing for that. Back in April, I believe, when we did the transportation update, and we were talking about illegal passing, and the National Association of State Directors of People Transportation does a survey every year of illegal passing of school buses. And I believe, Mrs. Foreman, you had asked, and we didn't have the data for the 23-24 school year because we conducted our survey on Wednesday, May 8th. So every state does a one-day assessment of illegal passing. And so we did ours on May 8th, and in Florida, on that one day, we had 10,140 illegal passes of school buses, and in Manatee County was 270 illegal passes just on that one day that was reported by our bus operators. And so in the last 3 years, it steadily has gone up. The 21-22 school year, we had 92. And then in the 22-23, we had 201. And then this past year, we went up to 270. I also want to draw attention to the number of passes that happen on the right side or the passenger side of the bus. Back in 21-22, we had one instance that was reported of a motor vehicle passing a stopped school bus on the student side. That went up to 3 the following year in 22-23, and then up to 5 this past year. And I think this is all due to our rapid growth in the area and the increase in the number of vehicles on the road. So I just wanted to make sure that I provided that follow-up to it, is that we are asking all motorists out there on the road to be aware of those buses and the fact that students may or may not be crossing in front of the bus, but stop is stop, and they need to stop and let our kids get where they've got to go.
Do obviously we know where it happened if we're tallying it and recording it, and I know we've got the bus cameras in the going and stuff. I can't believe it's even happening to go on the right hand side, to be honest with you. That's mind blowing that you can even, I don't even know how you would do that. Maybe a turn lane. I still don't even, I doubt we're dropping kids off in a turn lane.
No.
So it's just kind of wild. That whole thing's kind of wild to me. And that number, that 270 that you said,
Yes, sir.
that's illegal passing. Like if you're on, I know we don't drop anyone on 41, but a multi-lane road, and where you should be stopping for a bus, and I'm in the 2 lanes over, I go by the bus. That's what we're talking about with that 270.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As reported by the bus driver.
Okay. Ms. Spray?
Thanks for the illustration. I appreciate that. This needs to be shared
Oh, yeah.
at the DMV, in my opinion. I mean, with all the people that we have coming to our area, they don't know. I think anybody coming from the DMV, they need to be handing this out. Matter of fact, create a poster board and set it out at all of the DMVs in the county. I think it would be a good educational tool, for one. The only modification I would make to this is that middle one where it's all black there. I'd make that like concrete color, and the whole other part all green. That would say, okay, it's green or you don't. But that would be the only thing I would modify. But I think that this should be on a poster board at every DMV, at Publix, wherever we can share this. Matter of fact, even the county, cities should have it as well.
It's readily available on the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle website.
I don't
They
see
have-
brand new people coming and seeing
Correct.
that.
So years ago, back about 2015 or so, when they created this, they did create posters. I've got one in our office that hangs up that the state did provide, that they did publish. And it is a good graphic to illustrate the point. And their website goes into much more detail
Right.
into the consequences. But
Right. It's one of those, if you're getting your driver's license renewed, you don't know all of those kind of things. I mean, if I were working at the DMV, I want to bring your attention to the poster as you exit what our school bus laws are here, because we do have, again, to the previous presentation, the cameras. So just make you aware of that. I don't know if we even can create some kind of handout. I don't know, just a thought. But I like the idea of this, and I wasn't sure if that could be taken out there.
I know the sheriff usually does like a post right before school starts with that same kind of picture.
And a video.
And says, hey, school's about to start, etc. And I could be completely wrong. It was like a year ago when my daughter got a license. So I do think there is this poster in the DMV. I think.
And they have a similar graphic for roundabouts too.
Yeah, I think. But if not, Kenny, if you're hearing us.
Yeah, you hear us.
Mr.
Make 'em
Shadem.
up. Make 'em up. Okay.
Good morning. Off we go with a new school year, huh?
Yes, sir.
Bright. By the way, out bright and early on day one. Are we doing that? Yep. Okay. Good. I'll be there.
We'll be waving.
Be like being in the military again, up and at 'em bright and early. So I'm just curious, how many bus drivers do we plan to have ready to go? Do you think?
Okay.
Unless you were getting to that.
Figured that was going to come up.
Okay.
So we currently have 93 active drivers and 111 bus attendants. We are at 99 routes. That includes our 5 van routes. Okay. And of those 93 drivers, that does not include the 5 drivers for the vans. Okay. So, because that's a completely different job description. We are fortunate. We did conduct interviews a couple of weeks ago, and all 5 of the selected van drivers are bus attendants. So they're experienced, they're aware of student management, and so they are currently, as we speak today, going through their Mr. Warrington mandated training program that they're doing on the operation of it and everything. So we are expecting 94 routes, bus routes. And of those 93 active employees, as of right now, 2 of them are on extended leave. However, we do have 14 applicants in the system. 7 of them are actively being pursued and getting their learner's permit. The other 7 are in some various stage of getting to the point where we're almost ready to move them into that next group to get them ready for class.
Great, thank you.
So hopefully we'll be in pretty good shape.
Okay, good. And could you expand on the van program a little bit? Just what kind of students or routes those are oriented towards and how that works?
Absolutely. So it's constantly changing and evolving. We originally intended to just try to stick with 4 and then to have a backup. But some of our Project Heart students that became eligible over the course of the summer kind of forced us into having to put the 5th one on. We have 5 vans right now. So we are expecting to utilize all 5 of them. So it's a makeup of some ESC students, some Project Heart students, and then in I think we have 2 or 3 situations, just a general ed student that is just really, really isolated. And it'd be a lot easier and quicker for us to pick that student up in the van as opposed to sending a whole bus out there to be able to get them.
And will the vans have attendants?
Yes, every van has an attendant on board as well. And all of the same equipment that's on the school bus, body fluid kit, first aid kit, fire extinguisher is all on there, as well as the mobile data terminal that we have on all the school buses. So students will be scanning their ID cards on and off just like they would on a school bus.
How many passenger seats are on each van?
So if we don't have a wheelchair in there, we can transport 5 ambulatory. If we have a wheelchair, then it's 3 ambulatory and 1 wheelchair.
Okay, great. Thanks for the update on that.
Yes, sir.
How about the wet fueling program? Is that still going? Could you expand
Yes,
on that?
sir. That's supposed to start next week at
Okay.
Parish High School.
And so we just have the one school where we're doing that?
Correct. We're working on seeing about Lakewood Ranch, but we only have 2 or 3 buses that park out there. And as of last year, part of those routes come Manatee side.
Okay.
So they generally just pull in there to fuel.
Okay. Then I would like to know where do we have buses, what schools do we have buses stationed at around the county? Are there a bunch of them or just a few?
So no, right now we have 2 or 3 at Lakewood Ranch High School. We have 10 at Parish High School. And then we are currently at 14 scheduled to park at Lincoln. And we are looking at potentially expanding into some other areas. But again, ideally, we're hoping to be able to move more buses north of the river.
And is that why we move them over the river, just because the traffic, trying to get them across those bridges?
That's what takes a lot of the time, is getting them up there from Manatee.
Yeah.
And out east as well.
Okay.
So if we can move more over time north of the river, then we'll be able to serve the northern county and eastern county much better.
Yeah, that's good. Then I just had one comment. Mr. Choate made the comment about not dropping off on 41, but we have a drop off on like Route 64, at least we did. And so we do actually have some 6-lane roads now. I think there's a barrier on 64 where the other side wouldn't have to stop, but it wouldn't surprise me. Do we drop anybody off on 41? I bet we do.
We try to pull onto side streets to get out of the main flow of traffic, but we can't always do that. But again, in those circumstances, if it's anything more than a 2-lane road, we're not going to have, there's a bus stop somewhere on the other side of the road for the students that live on that side of the road. We don't want them crossing multi-lane roads.
Okay, great.
Even though traffic would be required to stop, I wouldn't want to do that to students, nor would I want to do that to my staff that has to get off and go stand out in traffic
That's true.
in front of the school bus.
Okay. Well, I'd like to congratulate you and your staff and everyone who's worked on transportation. I mean, between the wet fueling and stationing buses at schools and the van program, we're making progress on improving on-time bus arrivals and departures. So hopefully this will show a lot of fruit. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Ms. Spray?
Just a tail on his comment about staging buses north of the river, do we have any place that we stage out west at all, like King?
Out west, no. We don't have any remote parking over that way. Typically, that's not as much of an issue. In the springtime, it is, especially out as you get closer to the island. But where we really struggle is getting north and east.
Okay.
Just because of those major corridors, we really only have the two main ones from this area, 64 and 70, and they tend to get pretty jammed up during our prime running time.
Right.
So.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've got one follow-up to the
Yeah.
question about the $100 citation. Mr. D'Amico sent me the specifics on the contract. So $20 or 20% goes to the State Department of Revenue. You always have to pay the tax man, right? 60 to the county, 3 to the State Department of Law Enforcement, $12 to the school district, and the final $5 goes to the Manatee Sheriff's Office. So that's the breakdown that's in the agreement right now, approved by the county.
Thank you.
Would you mind sending that to us
I
in
can
an
send it.
email?
Yep, I'll do it.
'Cause
I'll text
it may come up.
Okay.
You know, it'd be nice to be able to find it.
Copy and paste, please. All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate the presentations. All right, let's move to consent items. Item number 10, Superintendent Weissong. Need a break?
No, I was just thinking to myself, this felt like a workshop up until this moment.
Yeah,
Public comments?
we already did it.
We did?
Yeah, I didn't have any.
Okay.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend approval of the consent agenda for August 6th, 2024.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion is second, and we do have Granicus for this that we can go ahead and vote on the consent items. That passes 5-0. Thank you, Superintendent Weissong. Moving on to item number 13, new business under non-consent items. Superintendent Weissong, your recommendation.
Thank you, Chairman. I recommend approval of revisions of job descriptions in the Information Technology Department.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's your turn.
So we have a motion and a second. Superintendent, you just wanted to give a brief explanation on what this item is?
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. This is part of our IT department's regular review of the scope of job responsibilities. There are no financial or allocation impacts to these changes, just updating responsibilities and requirements.
Thank you. Seeing no board members up to speak, let's go ahead and vote on the approval of the revisions of job descriptions in the IT department. And that passes 5-0. Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on to item number 14, new business with no superintendent recommendation. Item number 1 is the approval of the appointment of audit committee member. I will punt this over to you, Ms. Foreman.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. John Baliga, who expressed an interest. He's fairly new to the community, I think about a year. He has children in the school district. He's a certified public accountant and audit experience. Ms. Ginger Minster from the audit committee and myself met with him, and he's going to be a great addition. So I ask for the approval of appointing him to the audit committee.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion. I'll make that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. I don't see any comments from board members. I just say thank you to him for wanting to serve. So let's go ahead and vote on the approval of Mr. Baliga, was it?
Aliga.
To the audit committee. And that passes 5-0.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Foreman. Item number 2, approval to issue a request for qualifications or an RFQ for the internal audit services. We've already gone through this process. We almost had it a year ago to do this. I think it was almost a year ago. Audit committees come in and said, let's go ahead and put this RFQ out now so we can have time to go review. They can review and look to see who applies and then give us a recommendation. Ms. Foreman, do you have anything to add to this?
Oh, I have a question for the board. Because on internal audit, it's not required, but we could have the audit selection committee, which is basically it's a committee made up of audit members, or audit committee members, or just leave it for the audit committee to handle. So it's up to you all. If you want the auditor selection committee, then I would ask that we amend the motion.
Are you asking, I'm sorry, are you asking to have an audit selection committee?
Well, we
Or are
have,
you okay with just,
we have an audit selection,
Right.
and that is required by statute
Correct.
for the external auditor.
but that still comprises of the audit committee?
Yes, but it's voluntary for the audit committee members.
And they don't want to do it?
If they don't want to do it, then it doesn't affect the makeup of the number of members. So,
I
guess I'm not sure what she's saying.
I just want to say that this is approval for just putting out the RFQ. Couldn't the auditor selection, because you're saying something about amending.
Have another time is what you're saying?
it could happen.
This motion, and I don't, I don't know, is that in the actual RFQ? Because the RFQ is just asking for these companies to provide their things, it's not specifically saying the audit committee or the auditor selection committee.
Is involved, so.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Because you're stating that, I agree, I think it should, okay, so here's my opinion, I think it should be the auditor selection committee. But then, the only thing that gets, and we've had that before, but the only thing that kind of gets a little hairy about that is then we have a board member as part of that auditor selection committee. But, I think it should be the auditor selection committee, but the question then becomes, see, this is a rabbit hole. The question then becomes, should we amend the auditor selection committee's charter to include a Citizens Financial Oversight Committee member, which is what we had discussed perhaps doing?
I'm sorry.
For the external.
For the auditor selection committee, we had discussed perhaps adding a member from the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee to the auditor selection committee.
I don't recall that discussion.
Oh, okay. Am I crazy? Did we not discuss that?
I'm pretty sure we discussed having someone be a
From the
part of
Citizens
external.
Financial Oversight Committee be part of the auditor selection committee.
Okay, that was if we are using the auditor in the same, it's the internal audit in the same capacity that we use them for sales tax.
True, but I think that this board made it clear that that was the intention going forward, not right now, because they're completing it, but going forward, that is the plan, and presumably whomever were to be hired would have a multi-year contract. So I guess my point is like that, the auditor selection piece is a rabbit hole, because I think a member from the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee should be part of that committee as well. And I think that they should be the committee that does this, not just the audit committee.
Okay.
Personally, I don't know if that affects the motion that's before us today. If we need to add that in, I'm fine with that. I don't think that changes what's in front of us. But personally, that's where I stand.
we don't have the RFQ on the board work. But you're saying, if potentially that RFQ says who may be selecting them, that's where we're gonna have to be careful of what we actually put on the RFQ if we haven't approved that.
Well, let's go ahead and amend it, please, and just state that the selection will be, or the recommendation, selections are by the board.
Right.
But the recommendation is by the audit selection committee. And then prior to them really getting underway, we will amend the charter to include the CFOC member. I mean, because we can always, we can make that change at a later date. But, so I would like to amend the motion to, my Granicus is frozen.
Same.
So, oh, okay.
Is there already a motion on the floor?
Oh, okay.
No, there's not been an initial motion on the floor yet.
So maybe you can just include that in the motion.
Okay, all right, okay, I'm going to include that in the, all right. I move that we approve the process of requesting a RFQ for internal audit services with, by way of advice from the Auditor Selection Committee.
I'll second that. Does that legally suffice for what we had just had a discussion about?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the amending of the Auditor Selection Committee would be a separate matter at a future date.
Correct. But we just want, on the RFQ, we want companies who are gonna come in the RFQ to know that we're gonna be using the recommendation from an audit committee, or
Auditor
selection committee,
yes.
to come to the board. That's what you're objectively getting after.
Yeah.
Okay?
And thank you, Ms. Messenger, because that is a good point, that a board member has to be on that committee and they're voting. They're a voting member, so,
Right.
so that's good.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I do see Granicus up, and I see it says for 14.2, foreman was a mover and a seconder was Spray. Is that correct? I thought we didn't have any for this yet. No? It's acting up? Okay, fine. So don't worry about that. Board will just go ahead and any other discussion on the motion on the floor?
I just want to be clear. This RFQ is going out to express interest for internal audit services that later will go before an audit review committee to make the recommendation to the board?
The Auditor Selection Committee will perform the services in terms of reviewing the RFQs, the responses that come in. They make a determination on who they want to interview, and based on the qualifications, and there'll be a grid. It will not be subjective.
And there will be how many members on that audit selection?
I don't know, because we've got a audit committee that has 4 members?
5 now.
5 now, okay. And then 1 board member, so that's 6 people, but some of those, the committee members can just say, no, I don't have enough time, I'm gonna bow out of this one.
So you're, with your motion, you're saying that the audit committee now will be the,
No, that's not part of the motion.
okay.
Because that's part of the audit committee's charter.
Right.
Is that it creates the auditor selection committee, and
Okay,
it says
that's
who
where
makes
I'm
it up.
going. All right, okay, I understand a little
The
bit.
charter will tackle another day,
Right,
because we don't have it in front of us to do.
okay. All right, I just want to make sure I was clear on it.
Okay, good.
Any questions? Good. All right, so board, let's go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor from Ms.
There we
Foreman
go.
and seconded
Got it.
by Ms. Messenger. And we do have,
Granicus is back.
we do. Okay, we can vote on Granicus.
Not in my life.
You're gonna have to cancel out and and hit it again, and then join. You don't have to put in your password again.
Can we do it by?
You can just, yeah, go ahead.
Can we do it by hand?
Yep, we all voted in. You're the only one. Ms. Foreman is a yes.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, so passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Foreman. Moving on to item number 3, the approval to issue a RFQ for external audit services. We talked about this before in the past, so Ms. Foreman, you have anything to input?
Yeah, this one is required by
We have to use
statute
that.
to be performed by the auditor selection committee. So I don't know that it needs an amendment for that.
No amendments?
But I'll make the motion to approve, or to issue a request, approval to issue a request for qualifications for the external audit services. And I guess just to be really careful, I will say services performed by the auditor selection committee.
That's a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Spray. Any other comments, board? All right, let's go ahead and vote on the approval to issue an RFQ for external audit services. And that passes 5-0.
I just have a question after
Yep.
all that's done. I know we had talked about having an auditor that reports to the board, and we had talked about that before, so I want to make sure that that's still an option.
You mean us having our own quote-unquote employee from
Yes.
the board that is
Right.
an auditor that would work with the
Board,
audit, whoever we chose?
right,
Okay, I mean, that's something we can definitely put on a workshop and discuss.
right, right.
Ms.
Okay.
Messenger?
I just want to say, I believe that it had, in past discussions from the audit committee, and Mr. Daniels coming before us, and even CRI, that is part of this RFQ, to make it clear that that might be a way the board chooses to go.
Right. I just
I think,
keep that fresh in our mind that that's
yeah.
still an option.
Yeah, I definitely think, I know it is in the RFQ, that I think Mr. Smith mentioned it last time, and so did Mr. Daniels. And so, yes, that could be something we put on a workshop to discuss. I mean, we've had this before.
Twice.
Twice before. I was here for the first one, I was here kind of in the intel of the second one. But it can be a discussion that we can have and maybe get some of the pros and cons from what happened before with board members. And I'm sure even Ms. Sellers knowing the audit world very well and what they do. So we can have that discussion at a workshop. Okay, item number 4, the discussion agreement of replacement of board member Messenger on the Manatee County Children's Service Advisory Board. So, Mr. Chapman, you can jump in if you want to during this, but I know Ms. Messenger put in her resignation for this board, correct?
Yes.
And they wanted a replacement like as soon as possible, right? I want to say it was August 1. But we didn't have, obviously, this meeting till today.
Right. They're looking for a replacement to fill out the remainder of Mrs. Messenger's term, which ends September 30th of 2026.
There you are.
Yeah. So this would be to look for a replacement to fill out Mrs.
The next 2 years.
Messenger's term that ends September 2026.
Gotcha. I know, board, we typically do this when we do the reorg meeting. I would like to see if there's an appetite from the board to potentially use this seat instead of a board member sitting on this board. if potentially we could appoint as a board someone in the district that is, and Ms. Messenger, you were on this committee, so I'd love to hear your opinion about this. But someone from the district that is hands-on, is inside the day-to-day operations of things that are happening with children's services. My thought is, hate to to volunteer tell them, but is like Mr. Edwards, Omar Edwards, who, and if Dr. Wysong, if you believe that would be a good fit, and maybe we just ask you first if that's a good fit. So board, I'm asking, one, do we want to make it, if we want to continue it, to have a board spot or not? And two, if not, we can appoint someone from the district with the guidance of Dr. Wysong. So let me ask you, Ms. Messenger, first. You've been on this for a while, I believe. Is that something you feel like would be beneficial, or am I crazy?
You're not crazy.
That's good.
On this.
On this.
So I kind of handed this over to Mr. Chapman because I didn't feel like it was my place to make this decision for the board, since I'm not going to be here in November.
Sure.
So I just didn't feel like that was my place to even do that. I agree with you that I think it could be an employee, which is one of the things that I had said to him and the people from the county government, that I think it could be an employee instead. And that might add some continuity to this position, which I think would benefit the school district. And I think it would benefit that board as well. Finding the right person that can take that much time to do the work, because from March until May, you're meeting every single week for a couple hours every week, on top of reading 10 applications a week and scoring every single you get about 60 applications in a very short window, and you have to read every single one, score every single one, and then they meet and discuss every single one for multiple months. So it's a lot of time. And so I had communicated with the county government and Mr. Chapman, basically saying, I don't feel like, I was trying to hold off until November because I felt like it wasn't fair for me to make that decision. Maybe there's somebody that's going to get elected that would be really interested in it. And I just, but I was voluntold to join it when Karen Carpenter left. I fulfilled her term. Charlie Kennedy did it. Then I fulfilled Charlie Kennedy's term when he left. So I've done it twice. It is a lot of work. I think, like I said, I think it could benefit the district if there is an employee that is willing to do it and has the time to be able to do it.
Okay.
But they need to know what they're getting into.
Sure. So I don't know if I'm Dr. Wysong or other board members. I mean, I don't.
Is this a request from the county for a board member to serve on that?
It has to be a school board employee.
It's a legal responsibility per the referendum for this tax.
Right.
There must be a school board representative.
So I'm not, I mean, we're losing 3, so my plate's full, I know your plate's full. I would say having a district employee serve on that would be beneficial for at least this term, and then when other board members come in, or even up until they get acclimated, and then see if because that is a lot of work. I can see, Mr. Edwards doing that for 2 months. That's basically what it is. That's a big ask for an employee. It's a big ask for a board member too. You have to want to do all of that homework. So I would say for the remainder of this term, yeah, an employee, but they need to know what they're getting into. And I would defer to Dr. Wysong on who that individual could be or have them express interest. It's not like we have to do this to appoint somebody today, because she's here till November.
No,
Do
she's.
we have
No, I had
so-
to resign to open the seat.
So, okay, you had to
Because they
resign.
pick.
So it is
So-
open now.
Yeah, they pick
Oh,
in
yeah, yeah.
September or
I
October.
would like to be able to give them a name
Right.
as soon as possible, because August 1, they're now down a person.
Right, I got you,
That's when
see.
resignation started.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I mean, have you had a chance to, I know we've discussed this a little bit, so,
Board, I think Mr. Edwards would be an outstanding choice. He is so connected in the community already. It's part of his work. He's certainly involved in all of these different community networks. And so I think it actually would be more efficient to have him do it as opposed to maybe somebody else who would have a lot more to get up to speed on. And I also think it'd be a great opportunity for his professional career.
Perfect. So we can volunteer Mr. Edwards.
Well, to be clear, it's the county commission that, like, we can say this is who we pick,
Correct.
but like, it's the county, it's like their committee, they have the final say.
correct. They do have the final say.
But they'll go on our recommendation,
I
I would
just-
hope.
No, not
I'm not one of
necessarily.
those. I mean, yeah, we're hoping, do
I
we,
didn't give
should
on
we,
LMAC.
legal, should we, Mr. Dye, should we put an actual motion and second and actually vote on that? Or is it okay that we just have a consensus, it feels like, to ask Mr. Edwards to be our representative?
I think it's gonna take a little bit of research. I think you can agree to move that direction,
Okay.
but, because you're also dealing with this outside group and you gotta look at what it says.
What they, yeah, okay.
So it might take a little change on their part.
Instead of it being an actual board member.
Yeah. It probably says a board member, their charter.
So Mr. Tatum's here till we know November. I mean, we can pass the torch to a district employee while we're doing the research. But if they need a name now, just to fill that box in, would that be the legal way to do that, is to give them a name? And it would be a temporary thing, I don't know.
This is till 2026.
I know it, but that's why I'm asking. He's saying for a district employee, we need to do the research on what their ask is and what their rules and charter is for the serving on this. But, because it does say school board.
It does, Manatee
Right.
County School Board.
Right,
That's a good point. You probably need to go ahead and
right, that's what I'm saying.
appoint a school board member.
Give it to a
And then,
school board
go
member
to
now,
that meeting and say, hey.
and
can we change
and
it?
tell them,
Okay.
right.
So then, when's the next meeting?
When is the next meeting, Ms. Smith?
Do we know?
Well, applications are due August 14th,
Okay.
so,
And then when's the first meeting? They don't have anything like that?
October 6th is the first,
It's probably their retreat. They always do a retreat first.
and then the 18th is the first meeting.
Okay, so October 6th, you said?
Is their first official function, if you will, as a,
On a Sunday?
well, it's their
Retreat.
retreat, and then their first meeting is October 18th.
It's never on a Sunday, though. Is that a Sunday?
October 6th of 2024. The reason I'm asking is I will volunteer to get onto the committee to then try to move the amendment, or to try to move.
they're gonna have to change it. I just pulled up their, this is the Manatee County Code of Ordinances. And it says Children's Services Advisory Board shall be comprised of, and it says one school board member.
So we have to assign a school board member, and then we can ask them to potentially modify their,
Okay, I will volunteer to do it until we change it.
Can I just say
Yeah,
a couple
go ahead,
things? Okay, first, it's probably October 4th, not the 6th, because it's never on a Sunday. It's probably is a Friday. It's probably October 4th. It's going to be all day. It's usually at the Manatee Community Foundation building on Manatee Avenue.
Right.
And then second if you choose to do it now, it doesn't mean that somebody else in November
Sure.
wouldn't be able to complete the term
Obviously, they're not
later.
going to be there for the
Retreat.
but yeah.
The retreat is usually like training, though. It is beneficial to whomever is going to fill out all the applications.
I'll just bring
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Edwards. Bring Mr. Edwards as
Thank
my
you, Chair.
companion for the October 4th.
There you go. He can be your guest.
And I mean, yeah, we can figure it out. But I guess just to make sure we have somebody, if we have to have a school board member on there now, I'll volunteer to be on there if the board's okay with that. And then
So you have to apply.
if we got to figure it out, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll go on and apply. And if we can figure out from there to
Legally.
change that charter and that to say can just be a school board member or someone appointed by the school board.
There you go. Appointed by the school board.
Okay. So I will do that. I mean, I don't know if we need a motion. Do you all want to make a motion?
She probably needs to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't need to make the motion, but somebody does. I move to. I don't know the right. I don't feel like appoint is the wrong word for this, but perhaps.
I don't know if it's a point.
To select.
Select. Oh, that's a great word. Select Chairman Chad Choate to serve as my replacement, Gina Messenger, on the Children's Services Advisory Board.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. You want us to vote manually?
Oh, I was doing it here. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just vote manually. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Carries 5-0. Didn't think there'd be any no's. All right, we did item number 5 in new business already. So let's jump to our updates. Mr. Jensen, I know you've given some. So you may not have a whole lot, but welcome. Anything else you got?
Chair, board members, you received my instructional updates through our presentations at the beginning of the board meeting. So I'll just say I wish our teachers, students, and administrators a wonderful start to the school year.
Thank you. Mr. Rinaldi, I know you had a lot too, but you have more.
Just want to bring you up to speed. Human Resources, the Brazen Teacher Job Fair that we held July 23rd, 161 attendees. Multiple interviews. It resulted in 13 job offers, 7 teachers, and 6 paras. The last operational job fair on the 16th, we had 117 attendees there. As Jamie said, we've got 7 bus drivers that are very close in the pipeline. 4 of those have already obtained their permits, so they're going to be going into the next training class. In addition, we presently have the 5 van drivers started their training today as well, so that's moving forward. In regards to transportation, the call center is up and running. We request the parents to please reference the Parent Focus portal for the student bus assignment information, which is all there right now. The leadership team is starting their actual conference today, and that was doing some dry runs with the buses. So if you saw any of the yellow fleet out there, they're doing their dry runs. They've got a number of lectures, and they've got their state required training happening over the next 2 days as well. Jamie brought it up. Currently, our route count is at 99, 94 bus routes and 5 van routes. We have 93 rostered bus drivers at this point. Unfortunately, we lost 1 bus driver last week to one of the charter schools. So we're scrambling. So we will have 1 or 2 administrators that are driving until we get that next class through. Instructional technology. I wanted to bring to your attention that in the consent agenda, you approved the Comprehensive District Technology Plan 2024 through 2029, which has been a very heavy lift for the IT group, and it kind of gives us a good direction for our future, for where we're going with IT. Food service, they served 214,707 meals this summer. That compared to 154,000 last year. So they had about a 39% increase at this point right now, or an additional 60,000 meals that they served over this summer versus last summer. One of the things I like to say is a thank you at this point for the operational staff that were involved with the 3 shelters that we opened. Multiple staff from food service, custodial, IT, and maintenance participated in getting those shelters up and running. A special thanks to maintenance and the IT team that yesterday was able to do a thorough evaluation of where we stood in regards to the physical facilities and technology, so that the teachers could come on board early this morning. And finally, I'd like to do a special thank you to the EOC team from Safety and Security, Paul D'Amico, Sally Porter, Patrick Bartholomew, our safety and security leaders there, as well as 2 guardians, Ruben Gonzalez and Tony Carr, were critical elements of keeping us up to date and keeping Dr. Weissong up to date on what was going on at the county level as the storm passed through. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rinaldi, how many mechanics do we have? I'm just curious.
We are, I believe we're at 5 right now, but we do have, we are outsourcing an additional 2 mechanics. So we're in good shape for the vehicles being ready to go day 1 on the road.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rinaldi. Legal? Mr. Dye, Mr. Penley?
Thank you. I have one update. Just so the board knows, I'm working on a letter and a package to provide new board members right after they're elected or appointed, that gives them some quick information legally and procedurally with how the board runs. And I would just ask if y'all can think back when your first day when you were elected or appointed, if you can remember something you felt you would have liked to have known at the time, and you can share that with me. It'll help me in accomplishing this task.
Okay. Superintendent.
Thank you, Chairman. Board members, I know it was a long series of presentations, but I wanted you to have all of the latest information for the first day of school. We're, despite the kind of interruption of the rhythm from the storm over the weekend and yesterday, we're very, very excited about the 24-25 school year from a student learning perspective, from an operations efficiency perspective, from an employee morale perspective. Heard from multiple employees yesterday who said we're really ready to get back and get going. So we're really excited about the year coming up, and again, wanted you to have all the latest information. Also want to thank you for approving the consent agenda. There were 27 items today that you approved to allow us to continue to operate the school district. I'll just share 3 highlights. The first was briefly mentioned by Mr. Jensen. That's a contract to expand the Branching Minds MTSS system to all of the schools operated by the district. We had 6 schools that piloted this system last year, and again, very, very positive feedback from the schools. This is the system that's really going to allow us to individualize some of the instructional interventions that need to happen for students who are behind grade level in English language arts or mathematics. where we have work to do on behavior or attendance with a student. So we're excited to get that system deployed. Thank you for supporting that purchase. You also locked in the purchase price for the real estate that we are acquiring to build an elementary school in the Artisan Lakes area. So that's exciting to see that moving along. And then finally, the start of the first expenditure related to the design and construction of the Soren 4 lab concept that you heard about earlier this summer. And board members, we heard you that you wanted us to go quickly if possible. And so again, thanks to some great work by Ms. Sellers and Mr. Rinaldi to identify funding, that project's underway. So again, thank you for supporting all of that. Mr. Rinaldi covered a lot of the Hurricane Debbie acknowledgments of the team. We did, at the county's request, at one point have 3 shelters running at Mills, Miller, and Nolan. We ended up with a total of 7 principals staffing those shelters. So principals Menace, Fintel, Riley, Hoagland, Ackerman, Dalquist, and Wade, thank you for giving up some of your time over the weekend to lead those shelter teams. The cabinet was concerned that, especially coming right back on potentially Monday or Tuesday with teachers, that we would overly fatigue our school leaders. And so from the cabinet, Mr. Clark, Mr. Bailey, Drs. Cadelia, Breslin, and Callaway, and Mr. Jensen all did overnight shifts in some of our shelters this weekend to bring relief to our principals. So a great example of the leadership team stepping up, and I appreciate all of you for doing that. Todd, again, a shout out to Todd Henson and the whole maintenance team. Despite repeated texts to people to not be on the roads early yesterday, those teams were out doing damage assessments very, very quickly because they knew we needed to get back to normal operations today. And finally, anytime you have that interruption in pre-plan week, a lot of things get disrupted. We had principals that had very powerful programming set for yesterday and needed some flexibility with the remainder of the week and contractual language, and was able to work yesterday with Ms. Barber and MEA to get us to a schedule for the rest of the week that gets everything done, both in terms of teacher work time in their rooms, but also the time the principals need. And of course, today's a very important in-service day as well. So thank you to Ms. Barber and MEA for working with us. And then again, we're so fortunate to have Mr. D'Amico's leadership and experience at the EOC. There were, because of the specific kind of changes with this storm, there were multiple times where his guidance was critical in terms of decisions that we were making. So thank you, Mr. D'Amico. Hope you're home soon getting some rest. We're obviously excited that our teachers are back working away. We still do have some vacancies to fill, and we are watching numbers. I did find, Chairman, our latest, well, from Friday at any rate, our district operated K through 12 schools, including alternative sites, virtual, and the contracted sites. Friday we were at just over 42,000 students. Again, we're up about 1,000 versus staffing. The charters were just under 11,000, so altogether just over 53,000 students in the system, and that was as of last Friday. We do need any parents out there who haven't registered yet to get in the system and get it done. It happens every year on the first day of school. And again, even having everything in on Friday makes it makes the pairings and the class assignments a little bit stronger. So we just encourage people to wrap those registrations up. We're looking forward to a great first day. We are doing the annual SDMC 5 or 5:30 bus waving on Monday. That'll be fun. And then board members this year, after we do that waving and get things moving, I will be jumping on a bus and going to Tillman to celebrate their historic first time in their history. So that's where I'll start my day. And then we've got 4 or 5 schools on the route after that, and I know all of you will be out and about as well. There are 2 members of the district team assigned to every school for the first day. They check in the morning, they check in the afternoon, and then we will convene at 4:30 Monday afternoon, go through every school's needs, and the leadership team will be here until that last student gets off the last middle school bus. So we're really looking forward to August 12th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board comments? Ms. Messenger, you were first.
I don't have much, but every year I always talk about the uniform testing calendar and the minutes, and I always like to compare it to years past. So I just want to really quickly just say, this year from pre-K to 12th grade, the total number of minutes has actually gone down by another 40 minutes, and I always love to see that because less testing, that makes me happy. So anyways, I just wanted to really highlight that. I always like to make that comment every year, and it's on our consent agenda, so it's not something that, you know, I can address during the consent agenda. Other than that, I just want to kind of really echo what everyone has already said. Thank everyone for all that they've done to make these shelters happen. I don't know how many people in the community really realize that a lot of the shelter work is done by school district employees,
Right.
not the county. And that a lot of the boots on the ground are the employees that. So I just want to thank everybody. As everyone's already been named, I just want to make sure everyone knows how appreciated they are, and for the community to understand, like those are school district employees there helping, and being part of it. You know, when we talk about, you know, where do your taxes go, and I don't have a kid in the school. You do use the shelters, you do use other things, and those employees are there when you need them. So, you know, I just want to highlight that. Other than that, I'm just saying, you know, we only got less than a week left. We have a countdown on my counter in my house of how many days are left. My children begrudgingly look at it every morning. But I just want to say, hey, we don't have that many days left. And I just want to thank all the teachers that are back today working on their training, working on the pre-planning, working on setting up their classrooms. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum.
Yes, just a couple things. I was able to go visit the Nolan shelter, and I was able to visit some shelters during Adalia a year or so ago, whenever that was, and we do a good job. Our employees, I'm at first, when I knew that was happening like that, I thought, why are school system employees doing this? But what I've come to understand is it's kind of their home away from home, and it's their second home, and they want to be there, and they want to be involved, and they do a good job, and everyone's always enthusiastic. So good job on them, and it's done very professionally in conjunction with the county as necessary. And then for my safety tip, I know this applies to me. I've been spoiled all summer. I have to drive over from Lakewood Ranch, and so during the summer the traffic hasn't been so bad. I've only had to bargain with or manage about 30 minutes of time to get over here, you know. And so now that when school starts again, here's what will happen. So in the next month or two, as we have these meetings, I'll budget 30 minutes of time, but it'll really take me like 37 or 38 minutes because I'll have to wait out at this light. And then I'll say to myself, why is all this traffic happening? Where are all these people coming from? And then I'll get a little bit tense, you know, as I'm driving here, and I'll be looking at 3 lanes of traffic going, well, if I go over to the right lane, I can get by 3 cars, and that'll save me 15 seconds. But the real answer is, well, Rich, you're just going to have to budget about 5 to 10 more minutes of your time to get over here so you don't get that tension going where you're like, oh, I'm going to be late and I need to get over to the right lane so I can pass 3 cars and get around them so I can make that light and save myself 30 seconds. Just realize that when school starts again here, the traffic is going to go back up a little bit. And if you feel like you're getting tense or every morning you're not quite where you want to be on time, the answer is not to be switching lanes and try and make those movements. Just bargain a few more minutes of your time to get where you need to go. And those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Foreman.
And a reminder, do not pass buses, especially on the right-hand side.
That's right.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm looking forward to another school year, and as I'm sure, actually, you know, the teachers and principals, they all do, you know, they do seem excited, so I just think that's a great thing. And reminder about the school zones, because I know I can get tagged, you know, because there are times I'm just not paying attention and I speed. Or it's not speeding, it's, you know.
Just give her a ticket now.
Yeah, just get it out of the way. But, yeah, but, you know, that's, it's gonna be a challenge. So, not just for me, but for, you know, everybody, and for keeping it accurate. So, but anyway, so just a reminder. And it was a great summer, and I hope everybody's all rested and relaxed and ready to go. And I'm looking forward to 5 a.m. on Monday morning. Thank you.
Mrs. Spray?
Okay. We had some retirees. I don't know if I can pull that back up because I don't know if Granicus is working. We have one retiree that had over 20 years. So I want to say thank you to them and their service. And to the Safety Over Secrets banner, I want everyone to know that's just not a slogan. It really has meaning behind it. And that goes for not just the students to students, it goes to staff to staff. Custodians to custodian, bus driver, bus driver. If a bus driver sees another bus driver doing something unsafe, I hope they understand that they have that anonymity to use the system as well. I'm not looking forward to the 5 a.m. get up call, but I will do that. And to Mr. Tatum, let me share my route so you don't have to be stuck at that light for 2 minutes, because I learned not to go that route anymore. So other than that, looking forward to a new school year. I want to also say thank you to everybody that worked the shelters and the staff that are there. They're protecting our asset too. So when we have people coming in, we don't know who they are. So having our staff there is protecting our assets. And I want to thank Dr. Weisson for the continued updates that you gave all the board members. I might not have responded right away, but I did look and read, and I knew you were busy, so I just want to say thank you for everything that you did through that. It's just the beginning of the season, so, and they're predicting a pretty active one. So everybody that's at the shelters that had been there this weekend, thank you, and thank you for future use of the shelters. And the county should really appreciate us on that.
They should.
They should. We need to remind them. When they're up there talking about us, they okay.
Yeah.
And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I got a text and from Commissioner Rod being very, very thankful of the superintendent. Obviously, I mean, you know, opening the schools and staffing them. So I do want to thank our staff for doing that. I mean, it's something that's not really thought about as we're all sitting at home, you know, dealing with our own stuff. They're in their schools, and I didn't know the other staff members in the cabinet went, so I appreciate you all doing that as well. And to piggyback what Ms. Spray said, Dr. Watson, I think you do a great job of keeping us in the loop, keeping what's going on with it, and I appreciate that as well. And as I said at the beginning of the meeting, I hope everybody out there that may have had some flooding and things like that we're all safe as possible, and you know, in our thoughts and prayers, and you know, I know there was some deaths around the state from that we knew from the other day. So just, you know, you never know what these things are going to bring. We always say, oh, it's not that big of a deal, but I thought this one was probably one of the worst water that we've had in a long, long time. So excited about the school year. Thank you for all the teachers for, you know, yesterday putting up with yesterday and the change of schedules and being flexible. And I'm really looking forward to the school year. I think great things are going to happen for our district yet again and our students. And we do reminder for the board. We do have lunch upstairs. I want to take a 30-minute break. Let's just say 2:45. So 2:45, we'll get back together for executive session. 2:00. You want to do that up in
2:03 it says.
2:03. Okay. All right. So with that, we are adjourned.